His office, I don't know if it's gonna come up with a Zoom in. I don't think we knew that the conference room was going to be set up, so let me check.
Got two. Yeah.
See how it's echoing?
Yeah, that would be. All right, cool. So I can just look at my.
Yeah, so I left the meeting on and I left the camera on. So when we start, I'm gonna turn off the camera and then the mic will be on the Zoom. It's on that computer. And then this is your control.
Okay. These are mine.
Yeah.
Over one. On the other.
And then you can move them around.
Yeah.
Can you find me an iPhone touch?
No.
I'll ask Conrad. You have an iPhone touch? Yeah, I'll do it now. Right there.
Hey, John.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I've got, do you need the charging unit? Need a plug or something like that? Okay, hang on, I need to get another cord. I have a computer plugged in first.
You're like a long lost friend. I've never seen you.
Yeah, it's amazing. I started fishing back today. I got to see it in person.
He's so tiny.
Yeah.
This is the crazy.
Yeah.
I hear lots of good things about you.
Well,
I appreciate what you do.
it's been.
You made me proud.
I tried, I was trying to do more.
No, you, everybody said you asked the right questions, you really grasp the concepts. And
Yeah, we learn as we go, I mean, it's helpful to go through it, and pick it up as we go along, and, some of these guys like, supply adequacy. But they use so much jargon.
right, I've been been in the DC time discussion. And yeah, the first couple of meetings, I was just like writing down acronyms, trying to find out what I need.
Things like square. Whatever.
I don't know, I guess.
That's something.
It does matter something.
But they'll agree. They'll,
Yeah, he's gonna be missed.
have you officially announced?
It's pretty much
No, you're not keeping it secret.
yeah. He's saying the end of next year, so 22.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So it's totally. Right.
He started with 19.
Yeah.
He was out of high school.
And on the line, but he's on the track when it's time.
Yeah.
Learned all about that and took that knowledge to the office,
Yeah.
worked his way up.
He's a great player.
Sure. And he understands the practical application as well as the theory, and that's hard to find.
It is, especially these days and ages, he knows this stuff a lot more.
Well, I never have that broad spectrum of experience. I mean, you know, most of us went to college, got degrees, and get a lot of that in the real hands-on training.
Yeah.
And it really is good.
Yeah. No, it's good to have experience in the development. Know that.
So,
Yeah, so you're doing good and,
it's really good. Despite this, it's unnoticeable.
yeah.
Commissioner Myers, this will, I don't know if we're muted or not, but
Should be.
Commissioner Myers, this will be right up.
We get the call, I got my computer plugged.
There he is.
I'm gonna just charge up.
Hey, John.
How are you?
It's good to see some people in here.
Yeah, nice to see you, both of you. Almost a forum in person. One time. I'll be right back with the board.
We have a forum now.
What's it? No, that's good.
Breathing space between us and you.
Hello.
Wow, two people in the hearing room.
I'll get this sound going.
Good morning.
Morning. Joe, can you handle the crowd in there?
I can't. It's nice to have some company.
I have him outnumbered with one.
You gotta turn up the volume.
Yeah, I'm gonna plug it into the system.
Yeah, that'll give us.
Oh, you have it.
Well, Miguel has brought that, but I can plug in a second, unless you need it. Thank you, John. Can you hear me now? Can you hear us, Steve? Commissioner
Yeah.
Fishman?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
You cannot hear me? Can you hear me now?
We're right here. Just join in.
So we're good, we just need somebody to talk, I think you muted.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Commissioner Fishman,
Yeah.
can you talk for us? We're trying to get it set up on this end.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
Yeah, we got you now.
I was going to say one nation under Jefferson, but okay. All right, we're at 9:30 and let's call the meeting to order. And Mike, if you could call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Fishman. Michael Smith is on annual leave.
Okay.
And I'll take the role this morning and try to act in his position for the meeting. That being said, Commissioner Fishman,
Here.
Commissioner Byrd,
Present.
Commissioner Maestas,
I'm here.
Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Here.
We have 4 commissioners present, so we have a quorum.
Okay. Judy, why don't you take on the pledge?
You know, that it's really funny that you asked me that because I practiced several times yesterday because I thought you were going to ask me.
It was fate, kismet.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Thank you. On to approval of the agenda. Any amendments from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I'd like to remove from the agenda under regular action items, item B3 in the case of 21-00176-UT.
Okay. Any other amendments?
And I'll approve the agenda as amended.
Okay, so we've got a motion
Move.
Second.
and we've got a second from Commissioner Maestas. And Judy, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The approval of the agenda passes 5-0.
Okay, it was amended before our very eyes here on the screen. Thank you, Sarah. Introduction of special guests, employee of the month.
Good
Wayne, is
morning.
that yours?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This is Sarah.
Oh, okay.
First, Ashley Schenauer has an announcement for us, and then we'll go into Employee of the Month.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our new hearing examiner. His name is Paul Bossert. He started with us after Labor Day. His background is primarily in water law. He spent 14 years in that area of law, primarily with the State Engineer's Office. In there, he helped manage the adjudication of water rights in the Pecos River stream system. And you can see him. He's shown up here on the screen about
There he is. Okay.
in the middle of my screen. He defended permitting actions and acted as a mediator in cases before the hearing examiners over there. He's also a musician, and he says he enjoys annoying people with his trombone in his spare time. So I guess he has a sense of humor. And, we're glad to have him here with us.
So Paul is the first name?
Yes,
Yeah, Paul, welcome. Welcome.
thank you
And,
very much.
you know, if we ever need to, what is the word I'm looking for? Well, I'll just say drown anyone out during a meeting. Bring your trombone and we'll come up with a cue that you can start playing it.
Yes, I'm your man for that.
Okay. And we expect, you know, a great show tunes, you know. I'm trying to remember the name of that, the one with the 76 trombones, that musical.
I know the song. I can't help you with the show, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Well,
Give us
welcome
the music
aboard. And I
man.
see that you already got assigned your first fledgling case along with Ashley. So nice to get you going quickly. And boy, we got a lot of work to do. So expect to get snowed quickly. Is that right, Ashley?
No, we'll try and manage his work here.
Oh, damn. I was trying to scare him. Okay. Well, welcome aboard. Other commissioners.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to say welcome too, and I think you'll find this a really interesting place to work as probably equivalent variety and workload and stress and strain, but as the state engineer's office, but we have a great sense of camaraderie, I think, even though the pandemic has kept us apart. I think you'll really like it here, and I don't know who else plays music, but I bet you'll find them. Anyhow, thanks for joining our team.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
welcome aboard, Paul. You're
you.
going from water law to utility regulation, so I'm not sure if that's going from the fire to the frying pan or vice versa, but welcome aboard.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And the important thing is I was thinking of the musical, The Music Man and 76 trombones.
That's it.
So welcome aboard.
Thanks. It's great to be here.
Public
Mr.
comment.
Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this is Sarah again. Georgette Ramey has the Employee of the Month to announce.
Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, commissioners and everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I hear you.
Okay, great. It's my honor to present the September Employee of the Month. The New Mexico Public Regulation Commission hereby recognizes John Bogatko as the NMPRC Employee of the Month for September 2021. Whereas Mr. John Bogatko serves as General Counsel 1 in the Legal Division of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, and whereas John B., as we call him, has worked for the PRC for 5 years, whereas his nomination states John Bogatko is consistent and reliable, it is enjoyable to have a good, hardworking, and dependable person to work with when there are a lot of moving parts. Whereas John Bogatko continues to serve the PRC with dedication and great ability. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission of the State of New Mexico congratulates John Bogatko on his selection as Employee of the Month for September 2021. Issued under the seal of the Commission at Santa Fe, New Mexico, this 22nd day of September 2021. And we just want to say congratulations from the Utility Division. And we have enjoyed working with John very much.
Congratulations, John. Is John on?
I'm wondering that myself.
He's
After I did all of that.
Well, I've been watching the Muhammad Ali series on PBS and learning a lot, but I just want to say, not only does John perform well, but he's awfully pretty too. Pretty, pretty, pretty. A lot prettier than me.
He is a pleasure to work with, and the workload that we have, he has been a big asset for us.
Well, congratulations, John, if you can hear us.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Commission.
So let's go on to public comment.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. We have a number of public commenters today. Our first one on the list is Mr. John Andrews.
Go ahead, John. And you're on mute right now.
John, can you
John?
unmute yourself, please?
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
There you go.
There.
Can you hear me? Oh,
Yes.
great. Dear Public Regulation Commissioners, I have greeted only the commissioners because they are the persons I wish to address. So let me get this thing. Hang on. There we go. All right. They are the persons I wish to address. You hold oversight responsibility for the regulation of public utilities, transportation companies, transmission and pipeline companies, among others. But these are directly responsible for the emission of greenhouse gases, GHG. I come to this meeting as a member of the Sierra Club, and their ownership in the Four Corners power plant is a subject before you. However, my interest is in the underlying issue of global warming and the role you play in it. Science has been telling us for decades that GHG emissions are warming the earth, and if unchecked, will disrupt the ecological foundation of life as we know it. In the last months of 2021, the anecdotal evidence of increased wildfires, floods, hurricanes, tornadoes, rising temperatures, and droughts infers their predictions are true. Indeed, we have entered the phase where global warming is self-accelerating. Thus, we are beginning to lose control of the process. The responsibility you have as a public commissioner could be described as a fiduciary responsibility. You are charged with acting for the greater good of the public. Since the emission of GHG is a global problem, you are charged with acting in the best interest of all of humanity. Such is the role that your choices and destiny have laid upon you. The window wherein human efforts to diminish global warming can have their desired effect is closing. The primary task before us is one of sacrifice. The GHG emitters you regulate are being challenged to sacrifice a lifestyle and income source that has served them for over a century. All of us must sacrifice, but those earning a living from fossil fuels are being more challenged. This is a precarious position to risk personal short-term security for the greater long-term security of the planet. But it is the adaptation that history and destiny have placed before them, and you have the role of shepherding them through it. Global warming is described as an existential problem. That sounds abstract, but it simply means life or death. Global warming is the tip of the arrow behind which lies the sixth mass extinction. This means most everything dies. So I ask you to make consistent choices personally and professionally that drastically reduce GHG emissions at every opportunity. I wish you much patience, wisdom, and peace of mind. Thank you, John Andrews.
Thank you, John. Sarah, who do we have next on the list?
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair and
Mr. Chair, excuse me for
Yeah,
a minute,
Commissioner
Sarah.
Hall, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Andrews for his comments. I think they're all quite true. And, I just appreciate his essentially support for us. And I would like to let him know that the concern of climate change is a real driver for me. So
Good.
thanks
Thank
very
you.
much. Yeah.
Thank you for your kind words.
You're welcome. I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Sarah. Who's up
Okay.
next?
Next, we have Karen Bowler, and I hope I'm pronouncing her last name correctly. Karen, are you with us?
Yes, I am. And you actually did. Thank you so much. It's unusual to find somebody who pronounces my name right. Okay, well, anyway, good morning, and thank you for taking the time to hear my comments. My name is Karen Bowler. I'm a senior, and I live in Roswell. As someone who has long wanted to be able to buy an electric vehicle, but hasn't because of the long distances involved in getting anywhere out of town, this SPS plan is a strong plan that improves accessibility. Hopefully, EV stations will be located in areas conducive with a vehicle's range, and affordability, and protects our future by helping our climate. With this, because of that, I ask you to please approve it with one adjustment. Most New Mexicans, especially low-income New Mexicans and the elderly, don't have contactless credit cards. This plan is supposed to make paying to charge an EV as easy as putting gas in your car, which I can do. Limiting payment options goes against that principle. These machines are publicly subsidized and should include swipe and chip readers. As someone who is mostly technologically illiterate, I can tell you from personal experience that I am lost anytime a cashier asks me to just touch my card to the reader. And don't get me started on apps. Almost every time I try to use a restaurant app, I end up frustrated and unable to finish the transaction for different reasons, depending on the app, and go somewhere else. Having to use an app to fuel would be very difficult for people like me. So please do support this wonderful plan. Electric vehicles should be the future, but make a variety of payment options available at the pump like gas stations have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And we will be considering that later today.
Very good.
Sarah, anybody else?
Yes, we do. We have several others. The next is Jim Desjardins. Jim, are you with us?
And yeah, thank you very much, commissioners. This is Jim Desjardins. I'm speaking as a private citizen and also as an EV owner. My wife and I bought our Leaf 3 years ago, and we agreed it would be a bit of an adventure. And by the way, it's our only vehicle in our household. And it's actually worked out very well. And, we definitely believe this is the future of transportation. However, there are some improvements that are needed with the charging infrastructure. To state the obvious, we need more infrastructure. It's very difficult to go south from Albuquerque. But also standardization is very important. And I can speak firsthand that I tried to use a charging station outside the Roundhouse a few weeks ago, and I had to use a special card, and well, it didn't work. And then later found out that the reason why is my credit card had not been updated. So I really strongly believe that the process needs to be as standardized and as simple as possible. And there's currently a good methodology that we use right now at gas pumps. And as the previous speaker said, you just put your card in and generally it works. And so I strongly suggest that we use that. Why reinvent the wheel? We have a methodology that can make this work very easily, readily available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Sarah?
Yes, next we have June Parsons. June, are you with us? Okay, not hearing her. I will go on to the next person, Christy Waki. I hope I'm saying her last name correctly. Christy, I'm sorry, are you available? Okay, I see that there's a June that joined. Is that Ms. Parsons?
Yes, that's me.
Okay. Ms. Parsons, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I really am not going to take very long. I just feel that if we're serious about doing the right thing for the public and addressing climate change, that we need to make it as easy as possible for people to pay. And I feel that that's a pretty glaring omission in the plan that's been put forward. So I would strongly request that we make payment for services as easy as possible for every customer, including the ability to use a credit card at the source. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm
Sarah,
gonna call.
anybody else?
Yes, we do. I'm gonna call for Chrissy Waki one more time. Chrissy, are you with us? Okay, not hearing her. Next on our list is Laureen Zunner. Laureen, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Laureen Zunner, and I'm a resident of Albuquerque. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. After our 1999 VW Jetta finally bit the dust this past April, I and my husband were able to purchase a new Chevy Bolt with the help of several opportune rebates. We love the car. It's fun to drive and easy to charge from our newly installed solar panels. This had been my dream, that our next car would be electric and powered by solar, so we could do our part in the transition to clean energy and clean fuel. So far, we have only driven as far as we knew we could get back home on one charge, which in a Bolt is pretty far. We look forward to the installation of more charging stations across New Mexico so we can take longer trips. I'm glad Southwestern Electric Service will be installing more charging stations. It's been a long time since we've traveled to this part of the state and would love to visit again. But I'm concerned about the possible limitations of the credit card readers on EV charging stations in this region. I don't want to be forced to subscribe to a company I know little about and charge my car charge on an app. I should be able to charge with my credit card just the way I used to at a gas station. Furthermore, we can't have a hodgepodge of EV charging standards across the state. The recommended decision in the PNM case is for credit card chip readers. This is the standard that the commission should include across the state. This is good, not only for the majority of New Mexicans, but for the increased number of tourists we want to attract to our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori, may I ask a question? So we're hearing a number of comments on this issue. Is there a particular group that you folks represent or work with on this issue?
Well, I am a member of the Sierra Club, and they did inform me of this meeting. And so I wanted to, as an EV owner, I wanted to voice my personal perspective on this.
Okay, Thank you. Really appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we have 3 more on the list. The
Sure.
next is Linda Birchfield. Linda, are you with us? Linda Birchfield. Okay, not hearing her. The next on the list is David Buchan. David, are you with us?
I am with you. Can
Okay,
you?
great. You have the floor for 3 minutes, David.
Wow. So I'm sorry, I just joined the meeting. I just looked at my email. I work at Los Alamos National Lab, and I live in Albuquerque, but work at Los Alamos National Lab. I just got off a meeting at Los Alamos National Lab. Live in the North Valley and Albuquerque. It's nice. I telecommute. Again, I also been informed by the Sierra Club about this meeting, and I'm very much into supporting electric vehicles. I assume the Sierra Club, they've given me some talking points to talk about. They probably have sent you these talking points. I don't want to waste your time too much on that. I just wanted to say, in general, I think you have some strong rules, and I very strongly support electric vehicles. Our cars, let me get a video, I'm sorry. I'm just, trying to, like you guys, trying to juggle a bunch of stuff, but I want to take a little bit of time away from my work to support this super important issue. I have a Prius. My wife has a RAV4 hybrid. Our next cars are going to be electric vehicles. I'm going to say in general, please look at the 10 points from the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy attorney. Please take, I'm sure you're going to look at those, but again, I'm just going to say I support those, what I've seen of them. And I just wanted to say, I work in projects at Los Alamos National Lab. And so I work in project controls, so I understand about infrastructure somewhat and how difficult that can be. And things have to really be well coordinated and done. And you sometimes just have to leap in. At least I can tell you, at working at Los Alamos National Lab, sometimes and I work in risk management too of projects. Sometimes you come up with your proposed schedule and plan and come up with some good goals and just go for it. And as we and the goals of the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy seem to be good. And, the schedule and the projects are iterative. In other words, it's the best guess we have at the beginning, and we just know we're going to change it. So I would just say, let's leap into this with some good information and start electric vehicles, start pilot projects, just start things and learn from our mistakes and learn from our successes.
All right, David, thank you so much. That was your 3 minutes.
And I really appreciate you letting me give testimony.
And the last on our list today, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, is Howard Dash. Howard, were you able to join us? Howard, are you there?
I just joined in. Okay, can
Great,
I
you
speak?
have the floor for 3 minutes.
All right. Hi, my name's Howard Dash. I live in Las Cruces, New Mexico. I own both an EV and a gas car. If I need to travel somewhere, on a freeway, I'm able to charge. However, if I need to go to Roswell maybe once or twice a year, I can't take my EV there because there's no place to charge. So I think it's great that that this proposal would make charging stations in southeastern New Mexico. However, I have one problem, and that's that the proposal as it is now uses contactless credit cards. I don't have one of those. And, you know, I still want to be able to make that trip. Right now, if I go to the gas station, I can put my card into the card reader, whether it's a debit card or credit card. It should be the same for EV chargers as it is for a gas station. And the future of efforts to stop climate change is going to be to have EV widely available. And as time goes on, everybody's going to be able to buy an EV. But the problem is, again, if you're a lower income person, chances are you're not going to be able to charge at home, or you may live in a condo or someplace that it doesn't have the availability of charging. So people are going to be needing to go to these charging stations. And most people, particularly lower income people, don't have access to contactless credit cards. So I think it's critical, even though this is a great proposal, that the charging stations that you're putting in have standard card readers like you would have at a gas station. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Howard. And Sarah, is that everybody, or do you want to go back and try and catch a couple who we weren't able to pull up before?
Yes, sir. I can check and see if did Chrissy Waki ever join? Chrissy, are you online? Okay, I think that's all. Everybody else was able to comment, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Terrific. Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome.
And thank you, commenters. Really appreciate your taking the time. Okay, we're on to the presentation, and from Wayne and Renata on the budget and the supplemental appropriation requests. Go ahead, guys.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. It's good to see you. It was particularly nice this morning to meet Commissioner Byrd in person, although as we were talking, I think we determined that our paths may have crossed in prior lives, but it's good to see him in the office today and good to see all of you. This is an informational item, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. We will be bringing this back to you next week as an action item, but we wanted to give you time to review this, think about it over the next few days. If we missed anything, we can add to it between now and then. But we did want to present our recommended FY22 and FY23 supplemental budget adjustment authority request and supplemental appropriations. I think Renata is going to bring the document that we provided to you up on the screen, or perhaps Sarah is. So you can stop looking at me.
Renata, do you have that? Do you want to do that, or do you want me to?
I think it's coming up. There we go. I guess you still get to see. I guess you still get to see me. Mr. Chairman, this is these requests will be made. I'm not sure what the deadline is for submitting them. Generally, these are required to be submitted to the LFC and DFA in late September or early October, but I don't think we've been. I don't think we've received information on when the submittal deadline is. But we did want to get a little bit ahead of this, again, because we want to make sure that we give the commission ample time to consider them and make any changes that you'd like to make. As you know, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, we've submitted our FY23 appropriation request. As you'll recall, that was about a 14% or $1.4 million increase over our current FY22 operating budget. That 1.4 million is recurring dollars. The items that we're talking about today would not be recurring items, but they are intended to do a couple of things. First of all, as we've talked about, Mr. Chairman, our FY22 operating budget is extraordinarily tight. It's $11.9 million. And just for personal services and employee benefits alone, if all of our positions were filled, that would account for 11.7 million of that $11.9 million. That gives you a sense of how tight the budget is. And unfortunately, that requires us to do some things we don't want to do, like hold positions vacant until we have the funding to fill them. It prevents us from doing reclassifications where they're justified. It prevents us from doing in-pay band increases to reward current employees for the good work that they're doing for the commission. So we are, Mr. Chairman, going to be asking for a supplemental appropriation for both for this year, for the current operating budget, as well as some bar language that will give us some additional flexibility. And Mr. Chairman, what I think I'll do at this point, Renata can go through the details of these, and then we can also talk about our FY23 supplemental requests as well related to the Community Solar Act. So Renata, if you want to walk us through the FY22 requests, and then we can go on to FY23.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm going to go through the document, provide some detail, but of course, Wayne and I will stand for questions at the end. And I apologize, I'm doing the dual monitor thing and my camera's here, but I see the spreadsheet over there, so I might be looking off to the side. Our supplemental language request is $400,000. And this is for shortfalls in personal service employee benefits, contractual services category, and other expenses category. So we're looking at across the board budgetarily the need for a supplemental. Right now, the latest projection I pulled on September 10th, we're running a negative $125,000 in personal service employee benefits, and that's with existing positions. What I'm including in the supplemental language also is we have 9 positions that we now are projecting to have vacant all year. With this supplemental, I am looking to fill 5 of those positions, 3 of which are those utility positions that we received but didn't receive funding for. So the hope is to get the supplemental so that we can fill those 5 positions in the 4th quarter of this fiscal year. Right now, also budgetarily, we only have $25,000 in contractual services. So I'm accounting for $75,000 in the supplemental to basically address any needs that we have in the 4th quarter of this year, because I am concerned that certain things will be put on hold because of lack of budget and contractual services. And then in this $400,000, I'm including $80,000 in other expenditures for the 400 category. And this stems from needs that we're seeing with the building, to stand up, sit down desks being put in place for people that come in telework, to still dealing with the storage unit. We're working with GSD surplus to come in and basically take items that they can repurpose or dispose of what's remaining in the storage units, and then IT equipment, as we're kind of navigating the need for monitors and laptops for people that are doing a mix between office and home, and just making sure that we have the equipment in place. So that kind of is just a brief overview of the supplemental language. The special appropriation language, this is for furniture for the Bokem building, and this is really to maximize space. We know that we have certain offices that if we had the right kind of configuration, we could maximize and have 2 employees versus just 1. We also know we have that open space on the second floor where there's a possibility of adding 5 to 6 cubicles. So it's really looking at how do we maximize the space for the furniture, to furnish the space to maximize. And right now we're kind of dealing with taking furniture from another building and trying to make it work for this building instead of really kind of coming in and customizing the furniture and the configuration for this building. So by doing that, you know, we can basically add to the number of offices beyond what we currently have in this building. So that is the special appropriation, is to look at furniture to maximize office space, shared office space, also looking at hotel suiting office space for staff that come in that telework. The next two kind of go together. We have additional FY22 bar language and FY23 bar language, and the request is the same. We are looking for program transfer authority between the 3 different programs, policy and regulation, public safety, and program support, up to $250,000. What the program transfer authority does is give us flexibility, especially when there's tight budgets. It's really important to have that flexibility, that if you see that you do have available budget and there's a need in another program, this gives us the authority to move that money. Where right now, we do not have the authority to move money between programs. We only have authority to move money within the programs between categories. And then the last one, this would be in section 4, which is our operating budget under policy and regulation. It's the Public Regulation Commission may retain up to $500,000 of the fees collected under the Community Solar Act for personal and other expenses of the commission required to implement and oversee the requirements of the act. Now, this is language that has come up since the submittal of the budget. We will need to have LFC and DFA, if they endorse this language, to increase that other revenue by the $500,000 within the section 4 for this program. That's all I have, and we'll stand for questions.
Mr. Chairman, just a couple of points. I do want to let the commission know that we did review this with our last division director meeting to get input from division directors. So they've had an opportunity to provide some input. And as I said, Mr. Chairman, if the commission decides to endorse these additional requests, we will present them to DFA and LFC either later on this month or early next month. And with that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Maestas.
So my, Renata, am I correct that the supplemental language general fund request would be recurring? I know this is a one-time request, but I'm trying to understand how this supplemental language is a bridge to our FY23 request. Because I believe we're requesting 1.4 million more, and the total of supplemental and special appropriations, 660,000. So I'm just wondering if the legislature might connect the dots, is that, well, if you're asking for this supplemental money in a one-time fashion, then how does that justify the 1.4 million recurring request as a part of our proposed FY23 budget?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Maestas, the supplemental is only to get us through fiscal year 22, the current operating budget. So that's a request that we're saying we need a supplemental to our current operating budget to get us through June 30th of 2022. So all that 400,000 is really to make up the budget shortfall in PSEB and to cover fourth quarter expenditures for the operating budget for fiscal year 22.
And I believe, Mr. Chairman, and Renata, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but part of the additional $1.4 million and the difference between the FY23 and the FY20 or FY22 and FY23 is that in our FY23 budget, we are actually projecting to fill all of our positions, whereas for FY22, this won't get us quite there. but it'll get us closer to being able to fill those, some of those positions in the fourth quarter of the current fiscal year.
So I guess, we created a dashed box in the organizational structure for technical advisory services for the commission. So when do we plan to fill those positions? Is it FY23?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Maestas, regarding, I think you're referring to those 4 positions in utilities that we got the positions, but we really didn't get the money to fill the positions. One of those positions we are moving forward to fill. The other 3 are part of the supplemental request to be able to fill in the fourth quarter of fiscal year 22.
No, I was referring to positions on the advisory side, on the commission side for technical advisory services. And I think right now we only have 1 FTE, and I think it's an economist position, but we plan to fill other multidisciplinary positions there. And I'm just wondering if we probably can't fill any of those positions in this supplemental language in the current fiscal year request, but are we planning to fill those in FY23, at least some of those?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Maestas, I think what it does, the supplemental and also the budget request, is giving us the ability to look at those positions that you want to fill in the advisory capacity. It's just getting to the point where we have sufficient budget.
And Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Maestas, if we have sufficient budget, when we get to the fourth quarter of this fiscal year, we can begin to, assuming we receive at least some of this request for FY22, we can begin to fill those positions. I think we're actually trying to fill right now the economist position. But if we get to the fourth quarter of this year, and we have the budget authority to do so, we're not going to wait until next fiscal year to begin filling those. We'll start filling those as quickly as we can get a qualified candidate chosen. But it is likely that those positions, again, assuming that we get the resources for FY23, that those positions would be filled in FY23.
Okay, I guess my last question is what is the transitional step to actually creating the positions? Because right now we only have 1 created position for technical advisory services for the commission, and that's an economist. What's the time frame for the creation, establishment of job descriptions and so forth for the other positions that would be under Office of General Counsel, Technical Advisory Services?
So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Maestas, to create the position, the biggest thing is to be able to show that we have the budget to create the position, because those do have to go to DFA for approval. And it does take some time in creating positions. I think Renee could probably speak to it more than I could, but my experience has been it can take a couple of months in creating a position. It gets vetted by SPO, looking at the classification. Then there's the budget approval through DFA. So there is some time between when you submit and actually getting a filled position, because there's that whole approval process through SPO and DFA, and then the actual posting and getting the position filled.
Well, Mr. Chair, I guess we're getting into personnel issues, but I want to make sure we take concrete steps for establishing these positions, because right now we have existing positions that are vacant and have to remain vacant for the purposes of balancing the budget. And even if we do get this supplemental language, what I'm hearing is there'll still be some vacancies of existing positions. And so I want to see us make this transition to actually identify the other positions besides the economist and create those regardless of the budget situation. So maybe we can talk offline about this, but I want to see us taking some concrete steps to start creating these positions instead of just settle for a dashed box. So that's all. And I guess the last comment is I think we should invite the key members of the legislature, especially in appropriations, for an open house, given that we're going to request money for furniture so they can see the space and some of the challenges that we have. I'd like to see a targeted effort to the appropriators, and hopefully we can bring them in to take a look at the new office and understand why we're making these requests. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair.
Commissioner.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
I just want to say I agree with 2 points that Commissioner Maestas made. One is I definitely agree that we need to create those positions. Certainly designing, creating a description and creating the position, explaining what they would be in the advisory section for the commission could be done, I'm sure, in less than 2 months. We have ample models at many other commissions, and we know what we need. So I think we could do that part. And I think that would show the legislature that we know what we're trying to achieve. If we don't even create them, then, as Commissioner Maestas says, it's just another dotted line on a page. And I also strongly feel that we should have an open house, a formal open house related to our opening, I guess, to invite the legislature. I thought we might have discussed that before at some length, maybe not on the commission, but I know that had crossed my mind before, so I thought we were talking about it. But I definitely think we should do that because I feel that there's just a disconnect between what they think we must have or can do with what we've got and what our reality is. And I also think we should be taking our position to interim committees now because they're meeting and we should be presenting in front of them. So that's something that I believe Wayne has talked about before. Maybe he's on it, I don't know, but I definitely think it's something that we need to be doing because we need to. So.
And Mr. Chairman, on that last point from Commissioner Hall, we have been told that the Interim Water and Natural Resources Committee, they had invited us to update them on the community solar rulemaking process in October. I believe they're meeting on October 20th and 21st. In addition to that, they've asked us to present on our FY23 appropriation request and our budget needs. This is the first time as I understand it, it's the first time that that interim committee has asked. They've asked a number of agencies, not just the PRC, but that they've asked the agencies under their purview to present on their budget requests and budget needs. That's very good news that we'll have that opportunity to do that in October. Additionally, of course, Mr. Chairman, I believe it's tentatively November 17th. We are scheduled to present our budget request to the Legislative Finance Committee. So we will be having some formal opportunities to present those requests during the interim.
Good.
Okay. Other commissioners? Okay, thank you for that presentation. Appreciate it, Wayne and Renata.
Sure. Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Mr. Chair, I thought the Chief of Staff wanted some kind of endorsement of this request.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Maestas, we'll bring it back to you next week. We wanted to give you a chance to have some time to think about this. And if you think we've missed something, want to add something, we can certainly take a look at that. But we kind of wanted to just preview that for you this week, if that's okay.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
So Commissioner Hall, this is a deal where you mentioned putting together a couple of job descriptions to make it
Yeah.
more concrete. Perhaps between now and next week, we can put something in front of Wayne and Renata and see how that fits into what they may be presenting to the legislature.
Yes, I'd be happy to reach out to some other commissions and, and just talk with staff and, general counsel and get some clarity on our specifics. And if we aren't sure what we need, that's where I think consulting with other commissioners in other states is useful too, because I'm acutely aware that there's a lot more staff in other states. So I'd be glad to do that. And also I wanted to ask a question. What's the date of the October interim committee meeting? That's for you, Wayne.
Mr. Chairman and member of the commission and Commissioner Hall, the agenda is not out yet, but I believe we will present on the Community Solar Act on October 20th and our budget on October 21st. As soon as that agenda is released, we'll share it with the commission. But that's a tentative dates that I have.
Okay, and what was that committee's full name again?
It's the Water and Natural Resources Interim Committee. It's chaired by Senator Stefanix.
Oh, good.
And the vice chair is Representative Lente.
Great. Thank you.
And Commissioner Hall, I think we can kind of poll the commissioners, and I'm thinking in terms of support, we might be thinking, we always think in terms of technical positions, but we might also, and this is to all the commissioners, give some thought to kind of more policy focused folks who might serve on that staff.
Absolutely.
So just something to think about.
No, you're right. You're right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And thank you, Wayne and Renata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're on to.
I'm sorry, I have one more question.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner.
So I think Renata mentioned there are 5 positions that if we get the budget we request, they could fill in utilities. I was just curious what those positions are. I assume they're engineers, but I wasn't sure, and I wondered if she could tell me.
Yes. Hold on 1 minute so I can pull up. Those positions, 2 of them were public utility economists, the new positions. One was an engineer professional 2. Another,
sorry, what was that you said?
2 are public utility economists, the new positions. And then the other one is also a new position. It's an engineer professional 2.
Oh.
And then we have an engineer intern. And then the 5th position is to make sure that we have sufficient funding for a CFO position in ASD for the 4th quarter. That the budget is within ASD, because ASD is one of the areas that we're short on budget.
So it's like a budgeting position?
No, it'd be a chief financial officer position.
Chief financial officer. Oh, I see. So that's not in utility. So okay, so the last one, the CFO would not be in. That's not in utilities.
No. But those are the 5 that we're looking at, making sure we have funding for the 4th quarter.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're on to consent action items. And Judy, could you please read the items?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman and members of the commission. There are no transportation consent action items. Utility matters. There is 1 consent item, case number 20-00099 UT, in the matter of applications for 2021 broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per 17.11.10.31 NMAC, potential order regarding Plateau Telecommunication Inc.'s request for initial disbursement for Edgewood 2020 trial project. And that is the only consent action item.
Okay. Commissioners, well, these are consent items, so could you please
Move
take
to
the
approve.
roll? Yeah, we need a motion and I'll
Move to
second.
approve.
Second.
Judy, could you please take the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The consent action items pass 5-0.
Okay, we're on to utility matters. And we're looking at 20-150 UT in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application for approval of its 2021 to 2023 Transportation Electrification Plan, proposed riders and credit and other associated relief. So Judy and Ashley, please take us through this.
Yes, good morning, Commissioner Fishman and members of the commission. Last week, Ashley Shanauer, the hearing examiner, presented the recommended decision that he issued in this matter, dated August 3rd, 2021. And I will just briefly go over it to refresh your memory. And then the intention of this presentation is to detail the exceptions and responses to exceptions that were filed to the RD in this matter, and then to recommend whether or not you should adopt or reject any of the arguments made in the exceptions to the RD. That being said, this matter comes before you today upon the July 21st, 2020 filing by SPS for approval of its 2021 through 2023 Transportation Electrification Plan in accordance with the Electric Vehicle Statute, Section 62.8-12 NMSA 1978. As I stated before, the RD was explained and detailed the application. There are, the plan includes for customers in the residential, low income and commercial segments, a residential portfolio, which includes a home wiring rebate, a low income charging rebate, and a home charging service and EV optimization. In the public fast charging portfolio, the plan includes make ready for public charging stations and public fast charging service. And in the advisory services category, the plan includes residential advisory services, fleet and community advisory services. The application also requests approval of a budget of $3,168,000 total for 3 plan years, 2021, 2022, and 2023, and commission approval to recover the costs of the plan through an EV rider, an EV equipment rider, and the public electric vehicle charging service rate. On July 29th, 2020, The commission appointed Ashley Shenauer as a hearing examiner and suspended the advice notice 290. There was a public hearing held on June 16th and 17th, 2021. And in attendance were the intervening parties, Attorney General of New Mexico, CCAE, WRA, ChargePoint, and staff, as well as the applicant SPS. The RD recommended that the commission approve SPS's plan with several modifications proposed by the parties. The RD detailed the following are the most notable recommended changes to SPS's plan. First, increasing rebates for home wiring for non-low income and low income customers to cover costs of chargers and electrical panel upgrades. Two, provide customers with options to take ownership of SPS provided home charging stations early and after 10 years of monthly payments. Three, require that 20% of the advisory services budget target low-income customers. Four, add make-ready infrastructure for level 2 charging in residences. Five, determine that the commission has authority to approve contract terms between SPS and charging station site hosts that receive make-ready infrastructure funded by the plan. Six, require credit card readers for charging stations funded under the plan's make-ready infrastructure program. Seven, approve per kilowatt rates instead of per minute rates for SPS-owned charging stations. I think we're on 8. Provide for the recovery of TEP rebates through a regulatory asset amortized over 10 years. 10, provide the recovery of plan costs more broadly from all SPS customers. And 11, approve a TEP duration of 3 years, 2022, 2023, and 2024 with annual performance reports. I would like to remind the commission of something that Ashley Shenauer stated last week, which is that the lack of commission rules to implement the EV statute does not preclude the commission from approving SPS's plan at this time, nor does it prevent the commission from making policy decisions that will apply to SPS's plan for the next 3 years. As the RD indicated on pages XVII through XIX, the commission's decision in this case does not create a precedent for future TEP approvals after the commission does promulgate rules to implement the EV statute. And in the order, I specifically quote from the RD to that point to make it clear that approvals, and I'll just read the final paragraph of that. Further, given these uncertainties, the hearing examiner recommends that the approach granted in this case on many of the disputed issues not be given excessive weight when considering the same issues in future TEP reviews or in any future rulemaking. The evidentiary record in this case is sufficient to approve SPS's TEP for the 3-year duration proposed, but the approvals issued in this case should be open for further review in an upcoming rulemaking and in SPS's next TEP filing, when further more reliable evidence may be available. So with that, I'll go on to the exceptions.
Excuse me, Judy, one moment, Mr. Chair.
Go
Judy,
ahead.
I was looking for those pages you were referring to. Where are they? I don't see any XI, anything in the RD.
Well, it was in the very beginning pages. He stopped, he didn't use, he did not use regular numbers and then started regular numbers. I don't really understand why.
It was the little
they're little
Roman, the lowercase Roman numerals were used for his table of contents. But once he started the text, it's normal numbers.
Not in my version, but it was under his, let's see, summary.
Yeah, I remember the discussion generally. Okay, I just wondered if I was missing something. I recall that discussion. I just wanted to look at it again, but it's all right. I mean, basically what you're stating is the hearing examiner was saying, since we don't have rules in place, these are mostly policy decisions, and so they should not have a precedential effect, right? That's your point.
When these are approvals for the 3-year plan.
Right.
We will have a rulemaking subsequently.
Yeah.
We will get more actual raw data and be able to analyze it. And these approvals do not create a precedent for future plan filings.
Right.
That was the gist of it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. ChargePoint has a few exceptions that I'd like to go through. ChargePoint has argued throughout the case and in its exceptions that the commission should require level 2 charging equipment installed in homes to be networked or smart chargers. The RD declined to adopt this requirement. The reasons that ChargePoint has urged this is that they believe that the data that smart chargers can capture is greater than non-network charging stations and is the most efficient way to accurately and reliably gather data to inform future program design. ChargePoint urges the commission to find it's not reasonable or prudent to use TEP funds to incentivize non-network chargers, which provide less value for both customers and SPS. ChargePoint requests the commission reverse the RD on this point and direct SPS to require that the level 2 chargers in residences be networked. That's their first exception. Then another exception is that ChargePoint believes the commission should require SPS to give site hosts in public fast charging service programs the option of establishing prices to EV drivers. As you may recall, the public fast charging service program, SPS owns and operates those, as well as competitors like ChargePoint. For this reason, ChargePoint argues that it's consistent with the EV statute for the commission to allow hosts like ChargePoint to establish their own prices in order to keep the market competitive. As ChargePoint's witness, Mr. Wilson, explained, in the competitive market for EV charging services, site hosts select the technologies, they invest their own capital, they seek incentives, and they try to offer competitive charging services to attract drivers and recoup expenses. ChargePoint argues that the commission should encourage competition in the market because that would promote the development of innovative software and hardware and services. ChargePoint argues that utility ownership of public charging equipment may be in conflict with a competitive market. ChargePoint recommends the commission find that site hosts be provided a choice in the site in charging equipment and network services utilized on their property, and they appreciate that the RD recommended approval of that, and ChargePoint supports the RD on that, but they still assert that site hosts should be allowed to price the charging services in a manner that aligns with their own operations. ChargePoint's next exception is that it argues that the commission lacks authority to require site hosts to offer credit card readers or any kind of credit card types. However, they believe that the commission should not require site hosts to offer credit card readers. And however, if the commission does believe that they should have, establish some standard for which type of credit card payments will be offered, ChargePoint believes that the commission should approve the RD's recommendation for a credit card reader requirement that is not specific to a particular technology. And I just want to stop at this point and state that that's what the RD recommended, which is a credit card reader requirement that is not specific to a particular technology. Next, I'll go through SPS's exceptions and responses to exceptions. SPS wants the commission's order to be clear that the commission approves of SPS's proposal to record rebate expenses as regulatory assets, and that SPS should be allowed to include those expenses in the rider rate base, amortize the rebate expenses over 10 years, which reflects the useful life of the charging equipment for which the rebate is used, and to include a rider to recover the costs of the plan, including the cost of a rebate, and to essentially treat the rebates as a regulatory asset to be amortized with carrying costs over a 10-year period. SPS argues that staff's recommendation, which was not adopted by the RD, that staff recommended that the commission reject staff's proposal to only allow 25% of SPS's budgeted rebates to be regulatory assets. The reasons that SPS states for allowing them to record the rebates as regulatory assets are that it matches the cost recovery of the infrastructure funded by the rebates with their useful lives, mitigates the immediate rate impact on customers, and uses an approach that is being adopted by other regulatory commissions. SPS's next exception is that the commission should reject the RD's recommendation that the commission order SPS to offer two network service provider options to site hosts in public fast charging services. As I stated earlier, the RD agreed with ChargePoint to require SPS to provide at least 2 network service provider options at public charging stations. SPS requests the commission reject the RD on this point. SPS argues that this would make it's very small. It's program, which is 8 public fast charging stations. It would make it much more expensive for customers. SPS states that $100,000 was budgeted for the IT component for this program. And to require at least 2 network service provider options would make it more expensive. SPS stated that it's open to considering network service provider options in future TEPs, particularly if the economics are reasonable and if there was demand. However, at this time, SPS argues it's inappropriate given the size of the program and the lack of evidence. SPS mentioned in its response to exceptions that the RD is correct that there's insufficient evidence in the record to support ChargePoint's proposed new program in which site hosts of SPS-owned public charging stations be able to choose rates to charge to EV owners. SPS agrees with the RD's rejection of ChargePoint's idea that site hosts of SPS-owned charging stations become the customer of record and then sell the charging service to the public at the rates chosen by the site host. In addition, SPS also agrees with the RD that level 2 charging equipment should not be networked. And I'll go on to CCAE and WRA's exceptions.
Judy, could you real quickly, was there any explanation of why they should not be networked?
In the RD,
I'm trying to recall and I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah, and if you can give
And I
the,
just read it last
I can
night,
explain
still
it.
drawing a blank.
I
give
can
the
explain
page in
it.
the RD, excuse me, Judy, if you could give the page in the RD too.
I can explain it.
Ashley, go ahead.
Yeah.
That's great. Oh, Ashley to the rescue. Yay.
Thank you, Ashley.
Okay, it's a little, well, a lot of these things are kind of confusing because there are a lot of details.
Yep.
The SPS's proposal is to have all of the charging stations that it installs be networked. The issue involves charging stations that customers might purchase on their own. And the idea there was that SPS was leery of requiring that those customers purchase network chargers because they're more expensive. And SPS's idea was that to encourage the broader adoption of EVs and the broader use of charging stations, that they should not require someone who doesn't want to buy a more expensive charging station. SPS did not want to require that those people had to buy networked charging stations.
Now,
So about a limited number of charging stations that would not have to be networked.
okay, so would that include stations where folks get it on their own, but they still get the rebate?
rebate is generally for the wiring. And if there's excess money in the rebate, that money can be applied to the cost of a charger. But it's looking like from the testimony in the case that the cost of the wiring is going to take up most of the rebate, if not all of it, or more than the rebate.
Well, so and this is I guess a prejudice on my part, but if we're going to manage the charging to the benefit of the system, we do need, and correct me if I'm wrong, we do need some networking, some way that we can control the timing of the charging. And I guess my initial take, which could be wrong, is that we shouldn't be giving rebates to folks who might be charging at times that damage our ability to manage the system. So just some thoughts on that, Ashley.
Well, the SPS's program, at least, does not involve active management of the times in which people charge their vehicles at home.
Right.
So the way the home charging system works for under SPS's plan is that the customers are required to opt into the optimization program, which involves customers setting times that they plan to charge, but the utility doesn't actively get involved in managing that. And there is the networked part of the plan involves that the information that the charging stations collect and eventually send to the utility, that information is not used for billing or anything. It's just informational purposes. And there's no active management. Charging station information is not used for billing. It's used for the utilities planning in terms of these annual reports that are required to show how well the program is working. There's a trade-off. There's trade-offs, of course, but I think SPS's proposal was that they wanted to encourage broader adoption of residential charging, and so the trade-off there was the cost of the charging equipment versus the value of the information that is not going to be received as a consequence of having charging equipment for some customers.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Judy.
I was going to go through CCAE and WRA's exceptions. The RD, as I stated before, did not specify types of credit card readers. However, CCAE and WRA request the commission modify the RD to require SPS and hosts to have traditional credit card readers at public charging stations so that charging is as easy to pay for as paying for gas. They state that there's insufficient evidence in the record to support contactless credit card readers. It would not, because it would not be expected to increase access to low-income users and users in underserved communities. SPS acknowledges that contactless credit card readers are an emerging technology, and SPS stated, this is noted by CCAE and WRA, that it appreciates CCAE raising this topic as an important detail to consider and supports the principle of multiple forms of payment being accepted at Xcel Energy DCFC stations. All believe it is important to be flexible on payment technologies. CCAE and WRA believe that SPS struck the appropriate balance in accepting CCAE's recommendation to include credit card readers that are traditional, so that charging gas is as easy to pay, charging for electricity is as easy to pay for as gas. A charge point responded to this point regarding credit cards in their response to exceptions, and they stated that if the commission accepts the RD's credit card finding, the commission should not require any specific credit card reader technology or disqualify contactless credit cards from meeting the requirement. And in addition, the commission should reject SPS's exception number 2 and asks the commission to eliminate okay, let me start over. SPS's exception number 2 asks the commission to eliminate site host choice in network service providers and public fast charging service stations, but ChargePoint asks the commission to reject SPS's exception and keep the RD so that site hosts have a choice of network service providers. I hope I made that clear. So anyway, the proposed order finding regarding all these different exceptions in your order is as follows. The commission concurs with SPS and agrees with the RD's holding that does not require all level 2 charging equipment installed under SPS's wiring rebate and home charging service to be networked, as Ashley just detailed. Next, regarding the rebates as regulatory assets, for the reasons the commission concurs with the reasons stated in the RD as they quoted the Colorado Public Utilities Commission on pages 85 and 86, that commission should approve SPS's proposal to record rebate expenses as regulatory assets, include those expenses in the rider base, amortize the rebate expenses over 10 years, which is the useful life of the equipment, and include amortization expenses in the rider revenue requirement. Next, the commission finding regarding at least 2 hardware and network service provider options for the public site host fast charging service program. The commission concurs with the RD that ChargePoint's proposal is consistent with the EV statutes requirement which states that they should be reasonably expected to support increased consumer choice in electric vehicle charging and related infrastructure and services. So the commission and the RD concur with ChargePoint as follows. That site hosts with the choice, if you provide site hosts with the choice of hardware, that would be weakened if the site hosts could not also choose their network service providers.
Say that again, Judy. I missed a word there.
Okay. That if you provide site hosts with the choice of hardware, as SPS proposes, that would be weakened if the site hosts could not also choose their network service providers.
Correct. Yes.
So the commission concurs with the RD's recommended approval of ChargePoint's proposal as a mean to encourage the deployment of public fast charging stations by non-SPS site hosts. Regarding credit card readers.
Excuse me, Judy, how many non-SPS site hosts, or Ashley, have How many non-SPS site hosts are we talking about here? Potentially.
I don't have that information. Maybe Ashley does?
Ashley, go ahead, Ashley.
Yeah, the budget that SPS present, it's included on page 26 of my recommend decision, anticipates 9 non-SPS site hosts, and then 8 SPS stations. I should probably be clear. It'd be 9 non-SPS charging sites, and then 8 SPS charging sites that will probably, well, may either be on private property or may be on SPS owned property.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Judy.
Regarding the issue of credit card readers, which as you, as the commission is aware of from the many comments that we have received, is an important issue. The proposed order would concur with the RD and is not persuaded to change the RD based upon any exceptions filed. The RD recommended a credit card requirement not specific to a particular technology. And in the future, SPS will be able to propose different technologies as they evolve.
Judy, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Judy a question about it.
Sure, go ahead.
When you say non-specific, I mean, is that just a dodge or, I mean, that leaves it up to the site host then to determine? Because what I would like to see is that, that it be as easy as buying gas and that there be a variety of payment methodologies. But if we say non-specific, then what are we saying? That doesn't convey any information, except we don't want to say what methodologies should be used. am I reading that right there?
That's my interpretation of the RD, and if Ashley has another interpretation, I'd like to hear from him. That being said, the commission could modify the order to state that we're not dictating a specific type, but every charging station should include traditional credit card readers as it would be in a gas station. That would be a minimum. And then if they wanted to have other types as well, they could, I guess. So yeah, that is definitely open to commission modification at this point.
Could I just, this whole dispute about the types of credit card readers that the commission might require is really an interesting one, because no one raised it at the hearing and no one raised it in the briefs. All that was discussed at the hearing, CCAE and WRA both presented witnesses, and they just said there should be credit card readers. That's it. They didn't get into specific types of credit card readers. They didn't talk about chip readers. They didn't talk about swipe readers. They didn't talk about contactless readers. They just said there should be credit card readers. And ChargePoint said, fine, that is what we have. We have credit card readers, and the credit card readers that they apparently have are the contactless credit card readers. So the evidence that went into the case was, should there be a credit card reader requirement in general? And that's as far as it got in terms of the hearing, the evidence presented at the hearing. That's as far as it got in terms of the briefing that was presented for the recommended decision. This issue of types of credit card readers seems to be something that's just come up in exceptions. And so evidence in the record to deal with any of this. So, I mean, the commission's put in a pretty interesting and difficult position, I think, to make a decision on what kind of credit card reader to provide or to require.
Well,
It's not something
okay.
that was addressed.
So ordinarily we're restricted to the record in making decisions. I mean, we are restricted to the record. However, you did make a statement about how many of our decisions will be policy decisions because there isn't data in the record, and that those policy decisions won't be binding, at least until we get better data, but they won't be binding in future cases. Does this category of subject fall into that concept that you're saying, that whether or not we declare there should be non-specific card readers, or we specify they should be a variety of types of readers, including the technology that people are familiar with now today at gas stations, as a policy matter? I mean, if we were to say that as a general policy, in order to avoid the use of credit cards as a barrier, in order to avoid a barrier being thrown up by only using the touchless technology, we want that to be a policy decision. Would that be something that would be supportable?
Commissioner Hall, I agree with what you just expressed, that it's consistent with the EV statute for the commission to consider what plans will, quote, support increased consumer choices in vehicle charging, because the statute expressly states that. I believe that the commission has the authority under the law, as I just quoted, to state as a policy matter that at this time, the technology that's going to increase consumer choices is to have what is expected at gas stations, that type of technology.
Right. Great. So even though there's not specific testimony in a specific case about which technology is more desirable or better, basically because there's probably no data on it, we nevertheless have the statute that gives us that authority on that basis to make that decision if we so choose.
Yes, as it would be a policy decision, and it would be based upon the statutory language.
Fine. Thank you.
Go ahead, Judy.
That was the end of my presentation, which would be accepting the RD with the addition. In a way, it's not an addition, but to make the RD clear that SPS will be allowed to book the rebates as a regulatory asset amortized over 10 years and include those costs in the EV rider, and also included with the carrying costs. There would be no changes unless, as I stated, the commission at this point chooses to change the credit card reader recommendation and make it more specific than was in the RD, which just said that there should be credit card technology there, but no specific type.
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
So I would like to make a motion to amend the recommended decision to include that language that would, rather than say we approve non-specific card reading, I would prefer that we state that we approve card reading methodologies that are in use now, which are the standard kind of card reading, just like at gas stations, as well as
slide card.
Slide card, that's right. As well as if and leave the option for the site host to include the more, modern, forward-looking technology, just and then touchless kind as well. But I think there should be language that permits the ease of use that we've heard about today, but also I think is really necessary to be able to compete with gas stations.
Mm-hmm. I will second that motion because I'm a techno-Luddite, and
that's a good reason.
I sympathize with the input we heard in the public comments. So with that, a discussion from other commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just to clarify, I think her motion was to amend the RD, but it's really to add language to the order.
Order, yes. I was amending the order, not the RD. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chair, I guess this is kind of a momentous occasion because this is the first transportation electrification plan that we're taking action on. And as I said at the previous meeting, transportation is the #1 source of greenhouse gas emissions, and electrification of transportation vehicles is the next frontier in our transition to a clean energy economy. I'd ask that perhaps, the governor revisit her 2020 climate strategy, because there is a very important chapter in there on this subject that speaks to the designation of transportation corridors for zero emission vehicles that would be targeted transportation facilities for transportation electrification infrastructure. There's a lot going on at the New Mexico DOT. They have several research contracts in place to start measuring the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions as a result of the deployment of transportation electrification infrastructure. And so I think we need to step up our coordination with not just NMDOT, but energy and minerals. And I think we should just continue calling on legislative leadership to make another attempt at crafting and passing legislation that will provide a rebate to electric vehicle purchasers. I think that is the top barrier right now to EV ownership. And I do want to commend SBS, like I did last week, for being first out of the chute, submitting a plan in the absence of a rule. I think what sets this plan apart and makes it unique is offering the wiring rebate. And I think that is another, maybe a secondary barrier to EV ownership. And so I commend them for being innovative and including this element in their plan. So that's all I had to say, Mr. Chair. I support the amendment to the order. I don't know if we're gonna take a vote on the amendment first, or.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got a couple suggestions to consider as well. And I think our conversation will be more clear if we just vote one amendment at a time. So we're very clear on what we're voting on.
So, Mr. Chair, then should we vote on this one since we've already described it?
So further discussion, I just want to be sure everybody
yes
gets their thoughts in so we can be sure we get it right. Commissioner Byrd or Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have any thoughts on this? Silent, so I guess we can take a vote. Judy?
Yes. We are voting on Commissioner Hall's amendment to the proposed final order, which adopts the recommended decision to change the credit card component to state that the public fast charging stations, either owned by SPS or by site hosts, should have credit card reading technologies that are like gas stations, the slide cards, and to also permit site hosts to have touchless in addition, because that promotes the ease of use, which is necessary to compete with gas stations and promote consumer use.
Right. The key here for me, Judy, is that sliders are required, but there are no other restrictions on any other technologies for payment.
Okay.
So that's, to me, that's kind of the key thought here.
Sliders are required, but no other restrictions.
What about chip readers?
Well, chip readers, I mean, that's, you slide to read the chip.
Is that the same thing as a slider? Okay.
And so with that, I'll take the vote. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The amendment to the proposed final order passes 5-0. Of course, the final order hasn't passed yet. But that being said, this particular amendment passes 5-0.
Okay, terrific. I have a concern about the size of the budget and the flexibility of the budget. It's a pretty small budget, and we're going 3 years now, and there's no partial year in there. And so I'm wondering, Judy or Ashley, if things happen to go quite well and we want to increase the budget. I know there's a 25% play that's included in the current order. But if we need to do more, what options do we have to address that going forward? Do we have to open up a new docket? Can we reopen the docket and make a quick decision if we need to? How does that work?
Well, Commissioner Fishman, if you look at page 69 of the RD, the RD recommended that SPS's proposal, they proposed budget flexibility. WRA argued that budget flexibility was needed because SPS cannot forecast demand for its programs to adequately ensure it's budgeted correctly. If demand for one program is greater than expected, SPS should have the ability to transfer funds from another program to meet the demand, which is a priority of the EV statute. So the RD states that SPS should be given the flexibility to use and potentially redeploy funds in amounts proposed to respond quickly to the demand patterns it experiences. And Ashley, if you have anything else to add, please do.
So Judy, I understand that completely. And that addresses shifting monies between programs. But what if demand is such that the total budget needs to be addressed?
At this point, the total budget is the amount that was requested in the application, and then the rider was calculated based upon that budget. If SPS proposes to increase the budget, it would also be proposing to increase the rider, and it would have to come in for an amended application.
So we'd have to go through a full process again a full hearing process to raise the budget if that made sense.
We would have to address whatever request SPS made in an application. And if SPS requested an increase in budget, an increase in rider, yes, that would be by an advice notice. It would be a rate increase.
Okay. And if we wanted to do that as an expedited process, how would we do that so that it could happen quickly?
Well, if SPS requested an expedited process, or if the commission determined that it wanted an expedited process in its initial order, suspending the advice notice and appointing hearing examiner, it would say that in that order. That would be my recommendation.
Say that one more time. I'm not sure I absorbed that.
The commission would have the flexibility in its initial order when it was addressing SPS's application for a proposed budget increase and a proposed increase to its rider, could state that it would like to expedite the matter and set an expedited schedule for itself. Right now, as I stated, there are no rules in place, and we have a statute there is a lot of flexibility for the commission to have an expedited process if it desired that.
Would it make sense to put in some language in this order to that somehow says that if the programs happen to take off and it makes sense to give them more funding, because I think the legislative intent here is to get electrification of transportation going as quickly as possible. And we don't want artificial caps if it takes off. Is there language we could put in the order that enables us to quickly adjust budgets upwards if that happy circumstance occurs?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman, we could add language to that effect.
Mr. Chair, on that subject.
Sure, go ahead.
Instead of changing their budget, perhaps we should just give them, say, 15% flexibility on the budget without changing the budget request that was in their application. And I'm wondering, Judy, would that be an easier fix, just to give them, let's say, 15% flexibility should the demand exceed their original budget?
I might need Ashley to help me on this point. I believe SPS's budget already has flexibility. Is that correct, Ashley?
Yeah, up to 125% of the budget each year.
So it's 25%, but what I'm concerned about, Joe, is that
125%.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you say 125%, that means 25% over the budget each year, or 125% over the budget each year?
You're right. It's 25% over the budget each year.
Okay. So my concern is that the budget is so small that if it takes off, 25% is still a pretty small number. And we might run into something that's bigger than that. So Commissioner Maestas, just thoughts on that.
I guess I'm thinking about the unique nature of SPS's customer base. I believe they're about 80% commercial and industrial with about 20%, and I could be off a little bit, 20% residential. And so I'm thinking that probably explains, the lower budget, because their customer base is so different from the other IOUs in the state.
So I believe they have about 100,000 residential customers. Ashley, is that in the ballpark? Whoops, I don't know if Ashley heard me.
Yeah, I think that's roughly in the ballpark. I have some actual numbers.
Can I ask a question here?
Let's get the answer to this first and then go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
Oh, well, it's related to it. Wait, I just forgot it.
It might take me a minute to get to it, though.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I have it. Well, yeah, 91,000 residential customers.
Okay, 91,000, and they have in this budget something like $400,000 for residential, which might get a couple hundred customers that they could charge up under the current, that they could install residential under the current budget.
To look at the budget. Yeah, you're right. That's about it. They about 165 is what they're
Okay.
well, 185 total, I guess, is what they're projecting.
185. And then we have 17 public charging stations, correct?
Yes.
So again, it's kind of, to me, that feels like a toe in the water. And I understand that for the first year or two. But again, if it takes off, I don't want us to have an artificial cap in place. So that's just my prejudice, I suppose. And I just want to be sure we have enough flexibility that if it takes off and it's looking really good, that we can increase the budget without having to go through a 6-month process, that we have some kind of quicker way of getting there if we need to. So anyway, that's my, again, I'll open it up for comments from other commissioners.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could just ask a clarifying question about that.
Sure.
And this is of Judy, I think. So your request to put some language in the current order permitting them to come back in then would keep, this is a question actually, Judy, would that request or language in our order then keep any return, the company's return in the same docket? We'd have the same docket open for the company to come back in, provide an advice notice, or would they have to start another docket?
Commissioner Hall, I believe it would be best to close this docket, and if they decided to come in, they would file an amendment in a new docket, and it would be a new advice notice.
Okay, so in terms of time then, Judy, how much time and when we talk about expediting that second process where they come in, have a suspension of an advice notice and seek a change in their rate and of their rider, how much time can we save by expediting it from an ordinary rate case process? Because I know Steve is concerned about.
All members of the commission, it is so dependent on the type of application. For instance, if SPS were just proposing to budget more than the 400,000 for the residential that Commissioner Fishman just mentioned, but have the exact same, everything else stayed the same, and then a recalculation of the rider increase, I think that could be very quick. But if it were a more substantive change to the program, that might require a hearing and testimony and could take longer. So it's really dependent on what type of increase SPS would be requesting. And we don't know that.
Unless we put parameters in the order today specifying that a type of circumstance would be something that could be contemplated. I mean, that type of response, that an expedited proceeding could be contemplated for a situation where they just need to raise the budget due to, unexpected and unforeseen great increase in demand.
Right.
Yeah.
You could say that is something that the commission could add. The commission could add that if SPS wanted to increase the residential budget over the 400,000, but keep all other parameters of the program the same, that the commission would be able to have an expedited process of approval for that if the demand was such that they needed to increase their budget above the 25%. See, they already have that 25% flexibility.
Right. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Mastis.
I think we're going to have several bites at the apple throughout the duration of this initial plan, which is 3 years. SPS is proposed to hire a third-party evaluator, and the RD explicitly states that there will be an interim evaluation, but it doesn't specify at what point within the interim 3-year period the interim evaluation report would be provided. And perhaps we can specify that interim report be after year 1. So that there's one, I think, bite at the apple in terms of evaluating the success of the program. The other is, and I'm speaking ideally, is that, once we take action on all 3 transportation electrification plans by the IOUs, we would initiate the rulemaking process. And so the rulemaking process could give us that opportunity to use at least 1 year's worth of experience by all 3 IOUs in writing a solid rule where we could specify perhaps more flexibility and expansion of the budget depending on the initial experience of the implementation of these plans. So I see 2 bites at the apple through this interim evaluation report by a third-party evaluator and through the rulemaking process, which I would hope would occur or be completed within 3 years from our initial action on these plans.
Okay, thank you. Judy, a follow-up question. If we just leave it as is, there's nothing here that limits the flexibility of SPS coming to us and requesting an increased budget if they feel that things are going well. Is that correct?
Commissioner Fishman, yes.
Okay. Okay. So with that, we could put some language in there. It doesn't sound like it's absolutely necessary. It sounds like we've got flexibility. I guess I would encourage SPS and any of the utilities, if things are going well, not to be shy about coming for additional budget if the programs are taking off faster than expected. Commissioner Hall, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it doesn't hurt to put the language in just as a reminder. In connection with the other apple bites, which are very good opportunities, I think to the extent the event would occur where utility would want to come in and increase their budget, it would be, you know, it would be, well, I don't know. I just think I think it would be worthwhile to put in some language. I don't think it hurts, and it serves to notify the companies and help them feel encouraged in the event they're finding there's a much greater demand than they anticipated.
So in terms of that kind of language, if you just added a sentence somewhere saying, if demand significantly outstrips expectations, utilities are encouraged to come back and file for necessary budget increases, something like that.
Yeah, expedited treatment of budgetary increase requests. Judy, you got that?
Yes, if demand outstrips expectations, then SPS, and I anticipate you might put this in other orders, but is encouraged to apply for increased increased budget, and the commission will use all efforts to expedite those requests.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. So I would make a motion to just add that language, which doesn't commit anybody to much other than just kind of state a sentiment.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Would you like me to take the vote?
Well, first, let me ask if there's any further discussion. Commissioners? And again, I think this helps the utility, but I also think it gives customers more options. We don't put an artificial cap there if more customers want to take advantage of this.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, let's take a vote.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Sure.
I will take that as an aye. Commissioner Fishman.
Double sure.
I will take that as an aye. Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The added language as stated in the motion is added to the final order by a vote of 5-0.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Master.
If you have no other proposed amendments, I'd like to move to approve the order as amended.
I had one other that I wanted to discuss for a minute, and I'm pretty flexible on it. I actually have some sympathy here for SPS on the network providers issue, and we're talking a total of 17 stations that they're looking to install, and system stuff can be complicated and create problems. And if you're trying to do 2 network providers over 17 stations, I can see that SPS has a point. But I also think that ChargePoint has a reasonable point as well, that we need to encourage competition. So my thought is maybe we could better balance that if we said that once they get to 20 or 25 charge stations, then they have to have at least 2 network providers. But at least that'd give them a couple of years to sort out a lot of system problems with 1 network provider in those first 3 years. So I don't know if that thought appeals to anybody else, but it seems to me that might be a good middle ground rather than forcing 2 providers from the get-go onto SPS, because I know how difficult the system stuff can become. So just thoughts from other commissioners. If no one else thinks we need to, then I'm fine with that, but just a thought that I had.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Byrd.
I actually agree with you. I wasn't going to bring it up, but since you did, I agree.
Okay. Other commissioners?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I tend to support what the RD says, which is that they approve of charge points position. It's nice to have a choice of hardware. And they say that because they say it's somewhat meaningless if the site host cannot also choose the network service provider. Not all charging stations can operate on all networks, and not all networks can operate on all charging stations. And so if SPS chooses a single network service provider, that choice severely limits the number of hardware options from which site hosts can choose. So I think it's just a practical matter for the site host to be able to pick a system that'll work for them. So at least that's the way I understand it. So I think I prefer that we not restrict them to one service provider when there may be very good practical reasons for there having to be a choice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other commissioner thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with sticking to the RD on this to encourage the deployment of these stations.
So Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, rather than going to a formal vote, we can have a straw poll if you weigh in right now, and we can avoid doing a motion if we only have two supporters of the idea. What are your thoughts, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support your idea that the network issue should be open for SPS. I support that. Thank you.
When you say open for SPS, I just want to be sure I'm clear on what you mean.
What I mean is that they should have that flexibility.
Okay,
if
so
network is a barrier, they should be able to work with networks that they can actually have access to. So the network issue is not a big issue for me, but I do support what you're saying. Let's be flexible with SPS.
well, so what I'm saying is SPS wants to just use one network in the beginning, but that would restrict the site hosts from choosing another network. It sounds to me like you're kind of agreeing with Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Maestas.
I think so.
That you'd prefer they have that flexibility. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so no need to put this to a vote. We've already got it. It's 3-2 against, and we'll just move on. So Commissioner Maestas, on to you.
I have a motion on the floor. I'm waiting for a second.
Second.
Just to approve the order as amended.
Judy? Yeah, would
yes,
you like to call the roll?
To be clear, we have two amendments that previously passed, and now there's a motion to approve the final order as detailed before, with the addition of the regulatory asset for rebates. And I will now take a vote. Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The final order as amended passes 5-0.
Okay, terrific. I'm looking for the agenda on my screen here, Sarah. Thank you. Okay, so now we're on to 21-212UT in the matter of the Commission's annual report to the legislature regarding status of the State Universal Service Fund.
Isn't it removed?
Well, we removed the amount of the dollar compensation. That item got removed, but this one did not.
I thought.
So we can dispose of it quickly if we don't want to spend a lot of time on this one. So
yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can, discuss the fact, the preparedness of this issue and that whether the commission wants to discuss it today or which portion, if you'd like me to go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Russell.
Okay, so first of all, Commissioner Hall, you are correct in that this wasn't actually removed. This matter wasn't, but my other matter on the agenda was removed, which will come back next week. That was for the affordability benchmark rates. This matter regarding the report to the legislature that is due on October 1st with regard to the State Rural Universal Service Fund, or the SRUSF. You did not receive the report until this morning, right before the meeting. So you probably haven't seen it.
Looking at it now.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall, what was that? I'm sorry. I didn't hear.
Oh, I'm looking at it now. That's all I'm saying.
I thought I heard something. Okay. It's certainly not ready for a complete discussion or for consideration of adoption of the report by the commission as the report to the legislature, and I apologize for that. I really wish I had it ready today, but we do have another open meeting next week at which to do that portion, the full adoption of a report. I will be making further revisions to the report. The report that I sent this morning by email does contain a lot of what we need to say and what I think is necessary and what is helpful to help the legislature understand not only the particular data points that we're supposed to provide, but also really what the status of the fund, which is something we're supposed to provide to the legislature in a very complete way that tells a story about where we really are. So since we weren't able to review that, of course, before the open meeting, I would say that there's one thing that we could, and I would recommend that the commission do begin a discussion on, or even possibly even take action on today, is one component of the report is to provide a recommendation to the legislature with regard to the, let me use the exact language that they use, with regard to the, I just want to use it, any recommendations that the commission has for, quote, changes to the structure, size, and purposes of the fund, and whether the cap of the fund should be modified, maintained, or eliminated. And that cap, of course, is the $30 million statutory cap imposed by the Rural Telecommunications Act over the entire fund size in any given year. Annually, there's a $30 million cap on the fund for all of its obligations, as you know. So that's a requirement of the Rural Telecom Act, or the RTA. And this report is being provided pursuant to the RTA. It's a requirement as per the amendments made to the RTA this year. This will be an annual report now. You will recall that in 2019, the commission prepared a report to the legislature on the status of the SRUSF, and that this part of this report, the current report, it was also part of that report. So that's a portion of the requirements for reporting to the legislature that didn't change with these amendments. What did change, and that we can or cannot or don't need to discuss today, we could discuss next week, are the other 2 points, which really go to the new legislation regarding the establishment of the Connect New Mexico Council, and the establishment of the broadband access, the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion, which is being created within NMDO-IT, as you know. There were the two separate bills, the Connect New Mexico Act and also the Broadband Access and Expansion Act, which are different, but also have the purpose of coordinating all broadband efforts in the state and providing further resources for broadband access expansion. And as you know, we are to coordinate with those entities, which are, with regard to the council, they're getting, apparently, and this report will mention that, it appears that the members of that council have been chosen. I don't think they've met yet, and it appears that they still have to meet and elect a director and take any other actions that they need to take in their first meeting. So that's at an early stage. NMDO-IT, as you know, we've already had a meeting with NMDO-IT. They seem to be in an early stage, but I and staff will be working on keeping in touch with them, being proactive about reaching out to them to make sure we're providing the information they need, even as they are getting set up. So anyway, the two requirements that have been added to the reporting that needs to be done in this report, and which will be, as I said, an annual report, are one, and I'm going to quote, it needs to include relevant data relating to implementation of the broadband program and the progress toward digital equity and digital inclusion in rural areas of the state, unquote. That's quoting directly from the Connect New Mexico Act. And one of the duties of the Connect New Mexico Council is to provide more specific direction to everyone in the state, including our agency and the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion, about what those terms mean. Right now, they have more general meanings, and in fact, the more general definitions of what those terms mean have been incorporated into the Rural Telecommunications Act as applying to our own fund with regard to our coordination with the Connect New Mexico Council and the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion. So then the other thing that's been added, the second requirement that is in addition to what was already required of our reporting to the legislature, was that, quote, the service area, we are to identify the service areas that received funding awards from the broadband program and the amounts of those awards, unquote. So obviously that information is to be provided publicly each year by the commission, so that it will be easier for the Office of Broadband Expansion, Access and Expansion to, I'll just call it the office, to coordinate efforts. They will be creating a statewide plan, and obviously this will be helpful information. So those two things I just mentioned that are the newer requirements are things that I would like to work more with staff in terms of those sections of the report, getting those in a understandable, sort of reader-friendly manner or format, I would say. Staff did a great draft. I haven't provided you staff's draft. I can provide that. I'm kind of reworking it to make it, I think, more specifically to answer those questions more readily, but also provide the information, as I said, about the status of the fund, which is something, the first thing that's supposed to be provided by the commission in this report. Make it as relevant as possible and really tell all the potential readers, which I assume it will include the Connect New Mexico Council, obviously the legislature, and the office that's being set up in NMDO-IT. So with that long introduction, what I would ask the commission if it would like to do today, since you have not had a chance to look at all of the report, and since I will be providing a better draft later in the week for discussion next week, is if the commission would like to consider just the portion of the recommendations today, because that's a portion where the commission will really possibly need a discussion and maybe two discussions as to what the commission would like to recommend to the legislature. I think it's something that can be discussed and also potentially voted on today or next week as a separate vote from the overall adoption of the report if the commission wishes to do so. And I think it will probably, what I would do if the commission wants to do this, to discuss just the recommendation or recommendations, it could be plural, is I will discuss the 5 comments that we have in the docket, including comments from staff about their ideas for what the recommendation should be on any recommendation to the legislature as to any potential legislative changes to the fund. So I can discuss that if the commission would like to go forward just on that issue. What recommendations would the commission like to make to the legislature, again, concerning the cap, the purposes of the fund, and the structure of the fund, I think is how it's put. Yeah, that's how it's put. So let me just listen to what the commission has to say about that before I go forward.
Cynthia, you're on mute.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I do have something. I just opened up the document. And in this category, there's a section titled Commission Recommendations for Changes to the Structure, Size, and Purposes of the Fund, and whether the cap should be modified, maintained, or eliminated. That's on page 11 of the 15-page document. And it says, Commission here makes its recommendations as called for in section 63-9H-6Q2 of the Rural Telecom Act. In light of the insufficiency of the State Rural Universal Service Fund in meeting meritorious requests for broadband program funding, the Commission recommends, and then it leaves blank. So I take it, I think I need to ask a question of Russell here. Russell, I mean, you just have a little blank here, but I take it this is an area that could actually really expand, right?
Yes, Commissioner Hall. First of all, I'd like to say this is an area completely within the policy discretion of the commission. So I have no recommendation as to what its content should be. Like I said, I can discuss the comments. Why did I go ahead and put in something already? Because I was trying to, for one thing, I anticipated the commission might want to raise the cap. Now, this is just based on discussions last week. There were no last week about the, the restriction that the $30 million cap is placing on broadband program funding. There was no vote taken. I'm not saying that was the position of the commission. As you know, in many cases where a rule or a report revolves around a policy recommendation, I'll go ahead and put something in that I think the commission might want based on previous discussions. But yeah, as I'm saying, I'm not saying this is my recommended position. I'm not saying it is the commission's position that will have to be voted on. I just thought I'd put something in there because it actually just helps sort of develop the arguments and discussion.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So I've had a number of thoughts about the structure and purposes of the fund and its size over the years. I find it particularly frustrating that we have a cap that was developed at a time before the pandemic and before this enormous increase in need for broadband services for education and medical care that the pandemic has driven. And I've also felt frustrated that half of the fund, half of that $30 million approximately, is consumed by these annual payments that need to be made to, and I forget, Russell, what's the name of those payments? I forget. I think the ones I'm talking about.
They're the access reduction support payments. The ARS payments to the rural ILECs, and they are a little bit. You can see from the chart that is a couple pages above that. They equate to I think a little over 50% of the funding in any given year, generally.
Right, and these are annual payments that go on in perpetuity to the companies that own essentially the last mile, usually of line to the homes. Isn't that right? So these are essentially Russell. And so these are essentially rents that are paid to those companies in perpetuity, and it comes out of this fund. So even though the fund says it's $30 million for developing, rural service, half of that money is sucked away just in paying rent in perpetuity to the owners of those portions of those lines that are essential, and they own them, and so they're entitled to the rent. But I wonder if the structure should, Mr. Chair, this is a question in my mind, whether the fund shouldn't be somehow divided out from that function so that, and increased, so it can just be purely a fund that would fund development in rural areas. I mean, if that's our objective, and we really want to have progress toward, what was that phrase? Progress toward digital equity, we need to have enough money to do it, and it has to happen in a time frame that's meaningful, or it's not really equity. So those are just two thoughts of mine. I just wanted to toss out there. I don't know how you'd end up funding the access reduction payments. Otherwise, there may be another way to address that whole situation, but I don't have a proposal today. But in any case, those are just some thoughts I want to toss out.
And one thing I would say, Commissioner Hall, is there are a range of, if the commission would like me to discuss the comments that were made, the comments there were only 5 commenters, including staff, but there's quite a range of comments and proposals for recommendations to the legislature with regard to the fund, including ones that go right to that issue, including a recommendation that the legislature revisit whether any of those access reduction support payments are needed at all, to another recommendation that they should possibly either be increased or not decreased so quickly. Maybe I should, if the commission would like, I can go through those very quickly. I have a very brief summary of each of the recommendations made by staff and the 4 commenters, which really give you a range. I mean, really give you a range.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to hear those.
Yeah, so what I'd suggest, Russell, is that you go through that, but that after we go through that, I haven't had much time to cogitate on this or to obviously look at what you've sent here in terms of the commentary here you're going to be changing. But I think it'd be a good idea to review those and then maybe take the extended discussion and move it on to next week when we have your complete report in front of us. So
yes, Mr. Chairman, that is exactly what my plan was. And I would also note that like with the last report we did in this area, and also with regard to the other telecom act in New Mexico, the New Mexico Telecom Act, we did reports to the legislature, as you recall. Even after the first presentation, I welcome any email comments with regard to the content or any questions about or clarification for any of the any section or sections of the report. Obviously, I have work to do already on it, but that's always helpful. Usually, and they would just be sent individually by commissioners, but then they would be reviewed next week, because I think all of the email comments that I received from individual commissioners in the years past, I incorporated, because usually just a fresh set of eyes, especially people who are more familiar with the legislature and how things should be explained to them. Those are almost always good suggestions for clarification. So I can get input from the commissioners individually, of course, even before next week, and have a better draft than this one. So okay. I'll go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, please.
So let's just quick give us the comments, and then we'll move on.
Okay. Let's see here. So staff recommended no changes at all. And again, this would be, so they're recommending that the commission does not recommend any changes to the statute to the legislature. Staff emphasizes the burden on the contributing carrier's customers of the surcharge itself, the per connection surcharge that funds the fund. That is, I think, currently in the amount of $1.08. So on your own phone bill, your phone number will be associated with, a number of charges, including there's a federal fund. Then you'll see our fund should say $1.08. I think that's where we are right now. It was as low as 88 cents at one time. I think it was as high as $1.17 at one time. So staff, when it looks, staff notes, the ongoing COVID pandemic and the financial distress that so many people are in. And they recommend against increasing the cap because that will increase the surcharge. They recommend against any changes to the access reduction support mechanism without first doing a detailed analysis.
Doing what?
They recommend against any changes to the access reduction support payments without doing a detailed analysis. In other words, before the legislature revisits, the amount of any payments, which is something that's, I'll go into from the other comments. They say, first, we need a detailed analysis. And I'm going to comment on that part because I think, I do have some knowledge in this area as to, I agree 100% about needing a detailed analysis. One thing that is, that was addressed in the rulemaking this year were some proposals by NMECG, the New Mexico Exchange Carrier Group, which represents those rural ILECs, almost all of them. I think 12 of the 14 or 12 of the 15, most of them that received those payments. And they made some recommendation. They made some proposals for changes to our rule. And I'll talk about NMECG's comments and recommendations next because they relate to this. But that had to do with changing how access lines are defined. And I'm going to discuss exactly what they want to do because they have recommended that again to the commission to recommend to the legislature now. But one of the things that the commission noted in rejecting those proposals to any changes to that support mechanism were that we didn't have enough information. There was no information provided as to, if there is extra need, what is that need? And also if we make this particular change, which I'm going to describe in a moment, what will the impact be on the overall fund? We have no idea what it would be. So staff's recommendation now leads right into what NMECG recommends. They recommend changing that we recommend to the legislature that the definition of access line in the statute, because that's in the statute itself, be expanded to include consumer broadband only loops. This is, as you'll probably recall from the rulemaking, to address the problem that the rural ILECs are talking about, say that they have today, which is that new customers, they say, are only seeking from them broadband service through their wire line. As Commissioner Hall said, one of the big advantages that these incumbents have is that they have a lot of wire line going directly into rural homes and the areas they serve, and the service that customers are asking for now generally is not voice service from the rural ILECs. They tend to ask only for the broadband service. I think everybody is probably very familiar with that phenomenon that people are often today getting their voice service from wireless and their broadband from the line going into their home if they have one. That's what I have. So they would like that definition to be changed. And what I'd like to clarify is the definition of access line here is not addressing the one side of the fund, which is the per communication connection surcharge. It's not about that side of it because, obviously access line is related to that. But what they're asking is that in the calculation of the fund obligations, specifically the obligations to those ARS recipients, there's a detailed calculation in the statute itself in which there was sort of, I think, a negotiation in 2018 when the amendments were made, when that concerned this particular part of the statute, that basically the ARS recipients would have decreasing payments in the future because they had a fixed payment for many years, and they would decrease by the percentage by which their access lines that they served were decreasing. And there have been substantial decreases in the number of the access lines served by the rural ILECs in the past few years. And since the 2018 amendments to the statute, that has decreased their payments quite a bit. They're at 16 million, around 16 million or 16 and a half million now. I think they were at, I want to say 21 million back in 2017, 2018. I think I'm right about that. There have been substantial decreases. So what they would like to do.
I have a question there, Russell.
Yes.
Why isn't that reflected then in the amount of money that goes out of the $30 million fund? They're still drawing on that fund for about half of it. That hasn't decreased. If their lines have decreased, why haven't the costs that they impose on that fund decreased?
Well, Commissioner Hall, actually it is. I'm saying they were even larger payments before, because if you look at, I know not all of the commissioners have the report in front of them, but the chart on page 3 that gives you the summary of the 2021 obligations, this year's obligations, the access reduction support payments are 16.4 million. And that actually is down. It's still 50% of the fund. It was more than 50%, I think, in the past, because what I recall the number being before the legislation was passed was around 21 million. Mike Ripperger is on the line. He could correct that if I'm wrong, but I think I have that right. There have been substantial reductions, but it's still more than 50% of the fund. So,
well,
and it will continue to decrease. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
Go ahead. No, I'm done. I'm just going to say I found the table.
Yes, it started at even higher numbers.
It's still a lot of the fund.
Yes, still the largest obligation. So what this proposal would do, and again, this is a proposal that was first made directly to the commission to do this by rule, would be to expand the definition of access line to include consumer-only broadband loops, which are, like I said, customers, especially their new customers who ask for broadband-only service. Because currently, access line is about voice service line. And Commissioner Hall was explaining these access reduction support payments. Unfortunately, every time we have to address these, it's a complicated calculation. But it does go back to this idea that this reality that the legislature in, I think, 2005 required those companies, the rural ILECs, to reduce their access charges. And that is what Commissioner Hall was referring to. Their access charges that they charged other telecom companies to use their last mile to the home. That was where they made most of their money. And because, as you know, since the 1990s and the passage of the Federal Telecom Act that wanted to increase competition and allow for competitive LECs, competitive local exchange carriers, a big part of that was allowing these new, less regulated competitors to use the infrastructure that the incumbents had, because they didn't want to duplicate it, just as, in general, as we know, as regulators of quote unquote natural monopolies, some part of the infrastructure, if not all, is something that will not be duplicated. So there has to be access. And that was where they made a lot of their money until the rural ILECs, until 2005, was charging other companies to complete those calls. And the legislature said, well, we want to make this even more competitive. And the feds had done that with regard to interstate charges. So we need to reduce them, but we'll pay you back that money, exactly that amount of money. And there was a calculation in the fund at that time to do so. And that amount stayed the same for many, many years. And the question was, well, we don't really know it's based on, the payments were based on a situation back then. And we don't know to what extent the requirement that the legislature made for them to reduce those charges is still taking away revenue from them. We knew what it was at that snapshot of time, and then who knows what changed in the interim. So
just, Russell, can we just press home this one point, which is the legislature determined that they would use this fund to replace the revenues that those line owners were losing over time because their customers were reducing their use of wired phone service, right?
No, Commissioner Hall, actually, it's because the legislature required, like it literally required them to cut those charges. Like if they can't, the legislature came in and said, this is where you're making most of your money. Now you have to dramatically reduce it from intrastate to interstate levels. In other words, where the legislature required that those access charges, which the rural ILECs made most of their money on, be reduced to the same level that the FCC had required them to do with regard to their interstate charges. So they got a lot of revenue cut, and you could take a snapshot at that time of how much it was. And I think the FCC replaced that revenue for the interstate portion, and then the legislature said, we'll replace it for the portion where trust state calls, and here it is. But then that probably was a really good snapshot of what was lost right then, that year, maybe the next year, those, for their business at the time, but everything was changing. And so, it's hard to say what that would look like today. How much impact it would have today, because
right. But my point is, the point I was making was that it was a decision, and I forgot that part about the FCC doing that as well for the intrastate or interstate portion of their business, but it was to replace lost revenues for that company. I mean, for those companies, that is to say. And I guess my thinking on that is, I can understand doing that for some period of time, just so they don't, so you don't drive the companies into the ground. But at some point, does it make sense to address that process altogether? I mean, yes, that is the way they did used to make most of their money, but is it now today, or can those revenues, those replacement revenues, be reduced?
And Commissioner Hall, if you won't mind me interjecting, I think that's one of the things that staff is getting at, is if they're not saying that, the staff is not saying that the commission should recommend to the legislature that they look into this issue. But what staff says is, if we adopt any sort of recommendation to the legislature about access reduction support payments or changing them in any way, it should include first saying, legislature, you should first look at this. We have no idea at this point how much is needed. The ARS recipients or NMECG is saying, actually, we need more. That's what they're looking for, more money now. And we through addition of consumer broadband only loops in their calculation, which would probably offset the decreases in their access lines that are part of the calculation, with possibly increases in these broadband only customers. I don't know how much it would offset. That was another thing we don't know. That wasn't told to us in the rulemaking. And one reason that we rejected it in the rulemaking is, well, how big of an increase will this be? Plus, we had the commission had conceptual issues with it, because, if we really are looking back to this idea of access charges and that revenue taken away from the rural ILECs for completing voice calls, well, broadband loops have nothing to do with that. So conceptually, it doesn't work. And so I think those sort of still would apply. The commission could still recommend that to the legislature, recommend just looking into this issue. The commission did address in 2018 this idea that maybe those payments were too high because they were fixed at a high amount for so long. And that's why they introduced this mechanism of including the percentage change in the access line served, which is almost always a decrease, to reduce those payments. And it has reduced those payments quite a bit, but it's still a lot of payments. It's still $16 million. It may be less. Staff actually projects that for this year, for next year, it may be $1 million lower if it continues decreasing at the same rate. But it's still a large chunk of the fund.
Yeah, well, even a reduction of $1 million lower really doesn't help with broadband deployment. It does a little bit, but not enough from what we know is the real need. So, at least reflected in the amount of projects that are proposed that all look very, worthy of deployment. There's just no comparison between what's available in the fund and what's what could be implemented today if the fund were larger. So I'll quit talking, Mr. Chair, but I just wanted to have Russell go over that issue, because I really think this would be a great opportunity to, suggest that the whole structure of that fund get looked at very closely and modernized. Because as Russell says, what's broadband got to do with, the phone service? Maybe there should be a complete separation, and then maybe that way there would be some other way to fund one or the other that might be more, I don't know, more viable and provide the kind of funding that's needed for broadband.
And Commissioner Hall, those were definitely those are definitely the questions that went right to the considerations that are at issue with regard to these proposals. So I think that really fleshed it out. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out the total need based on the Do It survey is, depending on how you roll it out, is $1 billion or $2 billion. So whatever we're doing is just a drop in the bucket.
Right.
And of course, the whole thing needs to be considered legislatively about how we put all the pieces together, including the federal support, which, depending what happens, might change dramatically or might not change at all. Who knows what the Congress is going to do? So anyway, have we covered all the comments, Russell?
Mr. Chairman, no, but I think we can do the rest of them very quickly, because like I said, that was the most complicated part of the analysis. And I think we just covered it really well with that discussion, but I can quickly go through the rest of them. They're just a couple more to discuss. They're very quick.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, so NMECG had another recommendation, which is sort of congruent with that, going into the other side of the equation, which is the per connection charge that funds the fund. I think they're doing this to make it sort of symmetrical in terms of, they're asking that their calculation for how much they are paid under access reduction support include new broadband only customers. And on the other side now they're saying, and also we should expand the definition of communication connection. In other words, every connection on which the funding surcharge is levied to include broadband customers. Now, it's noted in their comments, the FCC has refused to do this so far, because at this point, it's only levied on voice service lines. I would just say this often confuses everybody when this kind of thing comes up. And I will say this, I don't see intrinsically I've never seen really why there should be necessarily has to be symmetry between the types of technology that are paying in, the types of the types of customers, types of technology that is, and with what's being paid out, because there isn't symmetry really at all, because this is a fund that is levied on every single communication connection, every voice connection in New Mexico, most of which are not customers of rural ILECs, and supports a much smaller group, the rural ILECs. And there's a reason for that. And I've never thought that if you add broadband customers on one side, that you had to make it symmetrical in terms of the contribution on the other side. There are other reasons you might want to do it, to have a broader base of communication connections and maybe a lower per connection charge. But I don't see any reason why the statute would require symmetry. Obviously, this is for a proposal to change the statute. So I'm going to move on from that, because it's a confusing issue, and I almost didn't even bring it up because it just confuses things. Let me go on. In opposition, sort of, or the mirror image of what NMECG proposes, which might increase or stabilize their payments to some extent, Smith Bagley, which, as you know, is a wireless company, but a competitive wireless company that has a lot of operations in, especially in the Navajo Nation. They receive a lot of money from the fund. They have a lot of wireless, I think they do microwave tower projects that serve some very remote areas. They recommend that the commission recommend to the legislature to investigate whether access reduction support payments are needed at all. And of course, this is sort of congruent with what staff was saying should be included in any recommendation to change the payments. But if we make any recommendation like that, they would say, look into the amount, whether we need them, look into it generally, whether it's needed first. And Smith Bagley is saying, look into it, period. Whether we're saying anything about changing them, just look into it now, because they're saying maybe they're not needed at all. And I think the commission is familiar with arguments that have been made in the past in that area. So, I think there definitely is an unknown component to that. And again, as I said, this year in the rulemaking, that was one of the reasons the commission said, we don't want to change, potentially increase these payments when we don't even know, if it's needed or what's needed, or so you get that. I will move on. So you guys have the final commenter is CTIA, which is an organization that represents mostly the big wireless companies, such as Verizon, AT&T, Sprint, et cetera. They recommend that the ARS payments, the access reduction support payments, be reduced. And the reason they give actually is that there are increased broadband access subsidies that have come about from both the state and the federal government. Some of that, of course, was in response to COVID and the increased need for broadband access. And, the recent bills that I just mentioned from the state government, they say that there will be $110 million in broadband deployment from the state. I think that's over a certain period of time. I don't 5 years or more. That's my recollection. And they note an amount from the federal government, $171 million to $407 million is coming to New Mexico from the federal government for infrastructure generally. That's what CTIA is saying. And they think a lot of that may go to broadband. So they're saying, why do we need, these payments to the rural ILECs, period. I think that is everything. And I'll just note that what I did put in the report with a blank as to an increase in the cap, again, it's not necessarily my recommendation, but the support that I included there includes a detailed discussion of last year's, the decisions that were made last year by the commission in the docket, the 2020 docket for broadband applications. And I will note the New Mexico Attorney General, actually, I don't think I got to their comments, so I have to mention this anyway. The New Mexico Attorney General praised the commission's decisions in the final order in that case. And I would provide, and I have in my draft report, a very detailed discussion of that decision. And the reason why is I think that decision really helps illustrate to the legislature and also to these other coordinating agencies that we'll be working with how the commission made its decisions, how the cap impacted that, not only with regard to the amount that they have to cut off at, but it also meant that the commission made a few different choices to try to fit more projects underneath that amount. The commission had a condition that, as Commissioner Hall had recommended to the commission, to try to get to exactly the $13.9 million by offering one of the companies a reduced amount. It was eventually rejected. I provided a lot of detail in the report on that order because, and I actually noted why. I said, for one thing, it shows how it really works when you have when the cap limits you, what the prioritization ideas were, and how there was a particular exception that the commission made for a project that was serving an unserved area. That was because unserved versus underserved, as you recall, was the primary criterion for prioritization. But within that, the commission, I think universally or unanimously agreed that there was one project that was going to serve an unserved area, but was simply just extraordinarily high in terms of had an extraordinarily high cost per customer served. And I just thought the whole discussion showed I thought the commission made a very reasonable sort of application of the priorities while recognizing the particular list of projects that you had in front of you. And the AG spent a lot of its comments saying how good a decision that they thought it was and that they agreed with it. I think it always helps. We got a good review. We don't, some people only mention what they don't like. Here we got a very good review of how we did on that. Plus, the AG's office went on to say, basically this is illustrative for the legislature of what's going on right now. And the report would also note that in terms of the restriction that the cap places on the fund, it will mean even more applications denied this year. because
What?
we have a lot more funding that's requested this year. Now, I almost skipped the AG's comments. I didn't want to do that. They actually do have a recommendation. They're the only commenter that recommends that the cap be increased. What's interesting to me is that I don't 100% understand their reasoning. They recommend a cap increase from 30 million to 33 million. And they say that they think that the cap might need to be raised by just a few million from the 30 million to 33 to meet the new minimum requirement for broadband program funding, which was increased from 5 million to 8 million in the legislation that was passed this year. I mean, I think all the commission will recall that actually would not have affected the commission's decision last year. The commission awarded the maximum that it could, which was 13.9 million. And I don't think that the commission is in any danger of seeing the 13.9 million that the commission had available last year to something as low as something under $8 million. So I think as things stand, the cap is very unlikely to ever result in the commission not meeting the $8 million, not being an $8 million minimum. I don't see that there's more room needed within the cap. Now, as you know, the Sacred Wind petition that's pending, may result in an additional, it could be $1 million, could be $2 million, but we're still not getting from 13.9 down to 8 million. So I don't think the cap would need to be raised to guarantee that we meet the $8 million minimum. So I really don't understand that argument, because they were aware that last year we gave away 13.9 million. There may be other increased competing obligations of the fund in the future, but at this point, it doesn't seem that even if you include the Sacred Wind petition at an especially high amount, that we would ever not be able to meet the 8 million minimum as things are now. The range that was discussed last week with regard to what might be available after the Sacred Wind petition is decided was 10 to 15 million. I really don't think it would be lower than 10. So I just didn't understand that particular recommendation. I think there are other reasons that could be given for a cap increase. And
so Russell,
I gave some of those. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I don't think we need to speculate on why they said 3. I think we kind of got the gist of their recommendations.
Okay.
Yeah, we can kind of move on and cover the issues at next week's meeting. But I think we got a pretty good view here of the comments and where they're coming from.
Yes,
so,
that was the end for me. So
okay, so thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for letting him go through those. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So it's 12:37. I kind of like to blow through the rest of the agenda without a break, if folks are amenable to that. Okay, good.
Okay. Chair.
Yes.
So what are the next steps? So we're going to be acting on the report next week. Is that the plan?
Correct.
Yes, I will be, Commissioner Myasis, I will be providing a better draft with a more complete draft to you, probably even before Friday. And I also welcome emails from the commissioners as they see things that they think need clarification or explanation. As I said, there's a few things that are simply missing right now, and I may reply to you, oh, I was going to add that anyway, but it's very helpful to have people read it even now and say, what they think should be clarified or added.
Okay, I just asked one thing, maybe Russell, that you can do in the interim is maybe calculate different levels of increases to the fund and identify corresponding increases to the surcharge. I'd say, go, $1 million, $1 million, 31, 32, and so on, maybe up to 35, just so we can get a sense for what the corresponding increase in the surcharge would be.
That is an excellent idea. I think we may have included something like that in our last report, and so all suggestions for anything for clarification, they almost are always very helpful. That's a very helpful one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Russell. And now we're on to discussion and potential action items. And this is regarding the FERC dockets regarding tri-state generation and transmission, association contract termination payment issues, and renewable energy portfolio standards for rural electric cooperatives. This one's always a fascinating one. Commissioner Maestas, Judy and John, please get us underway.
Well, go ahead, Judy. Go ahead and tee it off.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to set the table for you. There have been several FERC dockets, and they've been detailed in the memorandum that I provided to you. There was a complaint filed by a group of member co-ops, including Springer Electric Co-op, regarding its contract termination provisions, CTP, also known as exit fees. And subsequently, Tri-State has filed a new docket, consolidating the two of the former dockets, one of them being the complaint docket, and they're all regarding the CTP methodology and the exit fees.
What was the complaint docket named? Was it
I sent you a copy of the complaint, but it's 2175. And it was filed by a group of member co-ops, including Springer Electric, directing Tri-State to propose revisions to its contract termination process methodology tariff. And that was filed in June, and subsequently FERC has modified its contract, its CTP methodology. And in an investigation of certain articles that I also forwarded to the commission, Commissioner Maestas identified 4 issues, and I'll tell you what the issues are. And then I would like to also state that subsequently Commissioner Maestas was able to meet with Tri-State and Springer Electric Co-op, and I'm not sure whether also the Co-op Association, and has gotten some clarity to these issues, which I will let him explain. But I'll just put out there the 4 issues that he originally had prior to his meeting, which were can and will the co-ops, the New Mexico rural electric cooperatives that are members of Tri-State, be able to meet the Energy Transition Act's renewable portfolio standards, which are stated in section 621534, and it's quoted in your memo. And they are 40% renewable energy by 2025 and 50% renewable energy by 2030. Second, what is the process that the PRC has for confirming that the co-ops will comply with the RPS targets of 40% by 2025 and 50% by 2030? Third, can and will Tri-State confirm their long-term plan will be able to meet the RPS for the New Mexico co-ops? Because the co-ops that are members of Tri-State have an all requirements contract, which states that they have to purchase 95% of the power from Tri-State. And then fourth, are Kit Carson Electric Cooperative energy costs cheaper now versus during the time of its membership with Tri-State? And five, should the NMPRC take any action, such as filing comments or intervention in the FERC cases regarding the CTP? And those are the 5 issues. And with that, I'll hand it over to Commissioner Maestas for the information that he was able to gather with respect to those issues.
Thanks, Judy. So I guess the motivation for me bringing this to the commission was I came across a media article about the FERC complaint by these 7 tri-state rural electric co-op members. One of the 7 is Springer Electric. And I was just a bit concerned because there had been perhaps a history of discouraging members to even investigate, tri-state members to investigate exiting tri-state as a member, whether it was a delay in providing a cost estimate or a delay in the nature of the process in which tri-state would release a member. So what I found out in my meeting, and New Mexico Rural Electric Co-op Association was present at this meeting that I attended. Kevin Gronold was there, the CEO, I guess, legal counsel for Tri-State, I believe, Tim Woolley, and I don't remember the representative, the CEO for Springer. What was his name? Spradlin. Anyway, what I took from the meeting was that a lot has occurred since the complaint, I believe, which was early in 2021. Apparently, Tri-State has stipulated to provide a more transparent exit process and a methodology to calculate the contract termination fee. And so, and I was curious about the motivation for the interest in the contract exit process on the part of Springer Electric. And apparently, according to Springer, that the motivation was more fiduciary and that they had no concern regarding their ability to meet the renewable portfolio standards that are applicable to rural electric co-ops. And so, but I think the analysis provided in your packet still, I think, raises some questions, at least on my part, regarding, how we review and regulate conformance with renewable portfolio standards by the co-ops. To what extent does this agency ensure that Tri-State has a resource plan, a renewable energy plan that guarantees compliance with the RPSs on behalf of its co-ops? Because the co-ops are not, I think, rely on Tri-State for 95% of their energy. And so really the compliance on the part of rural electric co-ops is dependent on Tri-State's energy resource mix and how they assign that to each of their members, because they do have multiple members in different states, Colorado and New Mexico, for example. And I realize that this agency has limited oversight over Tri-State, but I think it warrants some discussion, perhaps today on this. So I guess in summary, what I learned in the meeting is that that Springer is satisfied with the actions taken by Tri-State, and their concern was only fiduciary in nature, and they don't plan to move forward and exit Tri-State as a member. But according to Tri-State, I think one of the 7 that filed this complaint asking for a more transparent exit process is considering exiting Tri-State. So that's what I've learned. And my hope is that maybe we can discuss in greater detail kind of our involvement in RPS compliance, the status of our rules to ensure RPS compliance by the co-ops, And, what authority, if any, do we have, over tri-state? And specifically, I'm referring to 6215-34, the last paragraph, part E. So those are my initial comments, Mr. Chairman and Judy. Did you want to add anything?
No, I think at this point, it's up for commissioner discussion, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Well, can you, Judy, go over, or maybe have John go over, what our process is to ensure compliance with renewable portfolio standards by the rural electric co-ops. They do file RPS compliance reports, and I have the one from Springer in front of me, and as I read it, it seems to comply with the requirements for this filing. But maybe if John or you can discuss that.
Commissioner Maestas and members of the commission, yes, right now, as you mentioned, the commission has not yet promulgated rules relating to RPS compliance and filings by rural electric cooperatives. Therefore, they are governed by 6215-34, and they file reports on April 30th of every year. Regarding the content of the reports, I would hand that matter over to John Reynolds.
Yes, commissioners and Mr. Chair, I have reviewed the
John, we can barely
statute.
hear you.
Are you hearing me?
I can hear me.
I'm hearing you, but you might turn the volume
Yeah,
up.
Mr. Chair,
I hear him fine.
commissioners, is this better?
Better,
Okay,
Joe?
I had to approach the microphone. It's first time I'm speaking from just outside the hearing room. Yeah, Mr. Chair and commissioners, I've reviewed the statute 6215-34, letter B, which addresses the reporting requirement by distribution cooperatives. It was amended 2 years ago pursuant to the passage of the ETA, and besides the annual requirements, it does require some additional support about the cost of the renewable energy resources being purchased, and including any competitive procurement process, as well as a comparison of the price of electricity from renewable energy resources in the bids received by the distribution cooperative to recent prices from such electricity elsewhere in the Southwest. And finally, another additional requirement is for an annual compliance plan to meet the RPS for the following 3 years. So those are the requirements in the statute. Now, these differ from the requirements for investor-owned utilities. As you well know, they each have to file a procurement plan annually, seeking approval from the commission for what the procurements in the following calendar year, as well as showing reasonable and consistent progress to meeting future RPS requirements. So this is somewhat more limited. I mean, they're required for the cooperatives, that is, they're required to report, but there is no commission approval required. The wrinkle with respect to Tri-State, at least, is that Tri-State is providing the bulk of the energy to the distribution cooperatives. So the distribution cooperatives are procuring energy from Tri-State, and Tri-State has its own generation, and they have some sources are renewable and some are fossil fuel based. They may have PPAs. I don't know the details of Tri-State's portfolio. So that's at this point, that's what that's what is required. And as far as what staff does to ensure compliance, I mean, that is limited to reviewing the annual reports provided by the distribution cooperatives. And that is a summary of the requirements for the distribution cooperatives to report to this commission. I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a few questions.
Sure.
So John, how do we know that Tri-State equally assigns the renewable energy based on their overall portfolio when they provide wholesale energy to a multitude of co-ops in multiple states? Is there some kind of formula to assigning that to ensure compliance with each respective state's renewable portfolio standards? And the other thing is, as I read 621534 Part E, there's a clause that says, provided that a generation and transmission cooperative referred to in section 62-6-4 shall be responsible for meeting the requirements and targets for all energy supplied to the distribution cooperatives in New Mexico. I mean, that seems like an absolute mandate or authority over Tri-State in this case, to ensure that they provide the necessary energy resource mix that complies with our RPSs.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Maestas, in my review of the annual reports that were filed earlier this year for 2020, there is information provided about the resources, Tri-State's renewable energy resources that generate the renewable energy credits that are issued and retired to meet the renewable portfolio standard. So I believe that, that mechanism, while I haven't checked specifically with the clearinghouse, which would be Regis, I believe, with respect to these renewable energy credits, but I believe that is the mechanism to ensure compliance with the RPS for rural electric cooperatives.
So John, during the discussion that I had with Springer and NMPRC and Tri-State was that wholesalers are not, wholesale providers of energy are not obligated to provide what we require of IOUs on the retail side, and that is an integrated resource plan. And that's our assurance in the case of IOUs that they have a long-term plan to meet the renewable portfolio standards, in this case, that are applicable to IOUs. So how do we know from a resource planning standpoint that Tri-State will be able to help their members in New Mexico to meet the RPSs if we don't require some kind of plan from Tri-State?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Maestas, I would answer that question in two parts. I mean, first of all, the rural electric cooperatives that are members of Tri-State are represented on Tri-State's board. And so I assume that they exercise the due diligence from their end to make sure that Tri-State has a plan to satisfy them, each of them, the New Mexico distribution cooperatives, that they will meet the RPS. The second part of my answer would refer to the statute 621534B, the very last part of that, which requires an annual compliance plan for meeting the RPS for the following 3 years. I mean, so that's what the statute requires that the distribution cooperatives provide to us, the Public Regulation Commission. So that is our tool provided in the statute to address those compliance issues. It's a 3-year term. So 3 years from now, as 2024, and that's a year before the next RPS increase to 40%. So presumably the reports we receive a year from now should include a plan showing how they expect to meet the next 40% requirement in 2025.
Just to follow up, John, so on the issue of assigning a resource mix to tri-state members, I mean, how do we know what that assignment process is unless it's just an equal assignment? You know, if they have just a certain resource mix that it's done on a, I guess, on a kilowatt or megawatt basis based on total energy wholesaled or provided, and the resource mix is uniform for all members. Is that something that you're curious about?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Maestas, and it probably does deserve some looking into. My expectation at this point is that the RECs, which identify the source of the generation, and the retirement of the RECs, which provide evidence for meeting the renewable portfolio standards, do provide the tracking, I believe, that you're asking about. But it would not be unusual New Mexico is a bit unusual for its investor-owned utilities in that each IOU has to generate the renewable energy credits that it's using to meet its own renewable portfolio standard requirements. In the case of Tri-State, those renewable energy credits are more fungible in that they can be, I believe they can be used for each of the distribution cooperatives' RPS requirement.
I guess, John, my last question is there a reason why we haven't initiated a rulemaking regarding the implementation of the RPSs for co-ops?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Maestas, we've initiated a rulemaking to make the renewable energy rule compatible with the impact of the ETA. And step one in the rulemaking process was to address the investor-owned utilities needs because of their requirement to file procurement plans annually. So there was a more urgent need to address investor-owned utilities. Now, staff recommended to the commission that the co-op rule be addressed separately in a subsequent rulemaking process, and the commission agreed with that at some point in time. And I think Judy can speak to that further if necessary.
Do you have anything to add?
Yes, I'm sorry, Commissioner Maestas, members of the commission. John is correct regarding the commission's decision to prioritize amending the renewable portfolio standard rule as it pertains to IOUs prior to doing a new rule on rural electric cooperatives. That rulemaking just concluded in May, although it is currently on appeal. In addition, there were, I want to say, 5 issues remaining from that 19296 docket that have moved over to, I'm not going to remember the correct number, but a 2010 docket. And those 5 issues still need to be resolved and have a notice of proposed rulemaking issue on those. They pertain to the amended RPS rule as it relates to IOUs. So now the rural electric rule, which is needed, still needs to be done. It really just a matter of commission resources and commission priorities. If the commission would like to move up in priority, the rural electric rule over the remaining 5 issues that are left from the 19296 docket, the commission can order staff and commission council to make the rural electric rule a priority.
Well, I guess I'll weigh in, Mr. Chair, and I'm winding down here. I was encouraged in my conversation with Tri-State and Springer and the Rural Electric Co-op Association is that their new projection to meet the renewable portfolio standards looks quite bright. I was told that by 2024 they'll have 60% of their resource mix as renewable energy, which the current RPS, I think by 2025 requires 40%. So I think we've all heard about the closure of the coal plants, Escalante to name one, and others. I think another coal plant in Colorado. I just think that we shouldn't have to read about media articles. I think we should be assured, at least from a planning standpoint, that even a wholesale provider of energy to our rural electric co-ops has a solid plan to easily comply with our renewable portfolio standards. But it seems based on that projection, at least up until 2025, things look really good for our rural electric co-ops that rely on Tri-State. But perhaps we should maybe have a separate conversation about reassessing our priorities on the backlog of rulemakings and see if perhaps this rule can move up. And the last thing I noticed, in this material is that the 2050 RPS for co-ops, which is the carbon-free RPS, does include the 80%. It has to have 80% renewable energy, but the statute for IOUs just says it needs to be 100% carbon-free. So this is a side issue that I'd like Judy to maybe note so we can look at that, because I think we're very curious about that question in the statute for the 2045 RPS that applies to IOUs. It did not mention explicitly that the carbon-free RPS must have 80% renewable energy. So with that, Mr. Chair, and I initially thought maybe we should initiate an inquiry on behalf of the co-ops, because I believe that we should play an advocacy role. But in light of Springer saying that their complaint is a moot point, number one, and number two, they don't really intend to move forward to exit Tri-State. I really don't feel like perhaps we have a dog in the fight, but I do think that we should be aware going forward, aware of these issues and be able to discuss them and advocate wherever we can. And then ultimately ensure that that co-ops are complying with the RPS requirements in the Energy Transition Act.
Thank you. Other commissioners, points you want to make or questions you'd like to ask of John or so I'll ask a couple of questions if you don't mind. And actually, not for you, John, but I see Kevin Grunwald is on. Kevin, can you? Thank you for being here, Kevin.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I'm on.
Yeah, I can hear you. So the question I have for you is, Commissioner Maestas was asking how are renewables divvied up among all the 40 members of the co-op. Are those just assigned pro rata to each of the participating co-ops, or is there some other method?
Mr. Chairman, commissioners, let me give you my understanding, and Tim Woolley is also on, and he can correct me if I stumble on this. But essentially, the way it works is when Tri-State says that they'll be 50% renewable by 2024, that's across their entire footprint. And what they'll do is they'll generate the renewable energy. They will register it through Regis, and then in any given year, they'll look at the load profile, and on a megawatt hour basis, they'll decide how many RECs they have to retire, and they'll retire those through Regis. Regis will give them the paperwork that shows they retired those RECs. They'll in turn divvy it up to the co-ops that need the RECs retired at the state level, and they'll send the paperwork to the distribution co-op with information verified from Regis that those RECs were retired in fact, and then the distribution co-op will in turn file that with the commission for compliance. Did I get that right, Tim?
Yes, Kevin, you did. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and commissioners, for allowing us to explain anything that you need more information on.
Sure.
I would add to that what Kevin said is we have a large book of RECs, I'll say. The rules in this state and others generally allow the banking of RECs where you could use RECs from as much as 4 years ago. So for this year's compliance, we're actually retiring 2017 RECs. We have plenty of RECs on hand, at least for the current standard. Like Commissioner Maestas said, by 2025, I think the number jumps up to 40%, and we're very comfortable that we'll make that requirement as well. One other thing I'd like to point out is when we do retire the RECs and give that report to each of the members, we try to keep them in state so that renewable energy generated in New Mexico from our plant there is assigned to the New Mexico members. And in Colorado, likewise. Some areas, some states give some type of incentive to have in-state generation. You'll get 1.25% credit per REC or something like that in Colorado. So we try to keep the RECs in state. It's really not a pro rata distribution at all. RECs are just retired as needed, and then we keep the rest in our bank. So
okay, so it's not pro rata, but as a system, you're generating, as of 2024, 50%.
Oh, yes, sir.
Any sense of what's specific to New Mexico and what percentage?
So we have one large solar plant in New Mexico, the Cimarron plant. It's probably not quite large enough to meet the needs of all of our members, but our members can generate up to 5% of their own, and several of them have their plants, their smaller plants. So we are clearly making what we need right now between Tri-State and the members with their 5%. I will tell you, just late last year, we issued an RFP and signed contracts this year for 800 new megawatts of wind and solar. I don't remember what the exact distribution is, but there's more solar slated for New Mexico and wind and solar in Colorado. So, and we've retired Escalante. We've gotten out of the Four Corners plant. We retired the Nuclear plant in Colorado, and our Craig units in Colorado, which is a very large coal plant, are coming off one at a time between now and 2029. With those coal plants coming off, all of the replacement power will be renewable. We, in our resource plan that we do that's required in Colorado, we initially had a gas plant coming on late, I think it was late in 2029, something like that. And that's been removed and pushed out further. And the reason for that is just capacity and reliability. But based on what we're doing now and what we see and what we have in the ground, we think we can replace all of our coal between now and 2030 with renewables. And I see a huge need here. I used to be better about this, coming down and visiting with the commission. I'll blame it on COVID and maybe a little bit of my laziness. I need to come down and give a presentation, or my CEO does, and tell you what we're doing. Clearly, we haven't been keeping you informed, and I need to do a better job of that.
So Commissioner Maestas had asked the question about, well, had pointed out that we have a sense of future planning from our IOUs because of the IRPs. Do you think it would make sense for you to give us some kind of short summary report on a periodic basis that would serve the same purpose? Doesn't necessarily have to be as extensive as our IRPs,
right?
But just something that would keep us up to date.
Our Colorado IRP is public, so we're filing next week for our newest one. If you wanted to look right now on our website, it's 4 years old, so we're doing our new one. We're going to file it next week. I can just give you that, and yes, it's in Colorado, but it's a system-wide resource plan. We can't break up because our system is integrated across 4 states. We can't go state by state. So the resource plan we do there, and the resource plan we do for WAPA, which oddly we do. I don't remember where that requirement ever came from. Those are both publicly available.
Oh, good.
And as soon as I get that, I'll make sure you get it. As soon as we get it filed next week. We're putting the finishing touches on it now. And that'll give you what this filing is our preferred plan plus 5 other scenarios that interveners wanted in it. And then it's going to go through quite a process at the Colorado Commission, probably 6 or 8 months of determining the actual final plan. But you can kind of, what the documentation shows is what we have planned in the near term, and then those other scenarios can go in any direction, but they're longer term.
Okay, and Colorado, now that you're regulated by FERC, I'm surprised to hear that you're still doing this for Colorado. Is that going to continue?
Yes, I believe so. It was legislated in Colorado. The legislature passed that just last year. We had been doing sort of an agreed upon resource plan since 2010. And just last year, the Colorado legislature made that a law. So the FERC regulates our rates. How do I put this? We're rate regulated by FERC. FERC looks at your transmission rates and your member rates, but they don't regulate actual facilities like CPCNs and things like that. So it's regulation is wild between the states and FERC. There are no gaps. Somebody fills in, somewhere, each piece of regulation needed.
Mr. Chair?
Sure, go ahead, Joe.
I just had a relevant question to the filing requirement in Colorado by Tri-State. What is the planning horizon on that IRP that you file in Colorado? Is it 20 years, 30 years?
20 years.
Thank you.
20 years with annual updates, and then a new plan overlaid every 4 years. So we'll do a 20-year look now, and in 4 years, we'll do another 20-year look.
So pretty similar to our schedule here with the IOUs.
Right.
And actually, when we do our renewables requirements, there's no geographic, we look system-wide.
Right.
And while there might be jurisdictionally assigned assets, only when they're specifically jurisdictionally assigned do we look at the percent of local renewable generation. So certainly what you're doing now doesn't in any way contradict what we typically do at the PRC now. So it'd be terrific. John, I suppose you can follow up, and maybe between the two of you make some suggestions before we get into a big rulemaking. And it seems to me that we can probably knock out something pretty quick based on what you're already doing.
I believe so. And Mr. Reynolds and I already have some topics we need to discuss. We've been exchanging messages yesterday and today. So we plan to get together very soon and hammer those things out anyway. So we'll add that to the list.
Kevin, thoughts from you? Anything that comes to mind based on what we just discussed?
No, I think that sounds like a good path forward, Mr. Chairman.
And from what I'm hearing from Commissioner Maestas is that we're not looking for things that are complicated. We're just looking for some straightforward, focused reporting. Because that's basically all we're legally able to ask for now, which might be good for you guys. So anyway. Commissioner Maestas, any other thoughts here?
No, but I want to thank Kevin and Tim for kind of chiming in on this. I think we made a lot of progress, at least from my perspective, in understanding the process and RPS compliance and how Tri-State works. And I appreciate the offer from Tim to come back, maybe a presentation on this this update on your, I don't know if you call it a IRP or a renewable energy plan, but I think that would be great because, I really think that, the citizens that really supported the Energy Transition Act know that our agency is IOU centered, but these RPS requirements in our Energy Transition Act applies as well to the co-ops. And I think that this would help assure New Mexicans that the rural electric co-ops here in New Mexico are on their way to complying with these RPSs via Tri-State and its aggressive plan to transition to clean energy. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Terrific. Other commissioners, any thoughts, comments at this point? Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thanks, Joe, Timothy, and Kevin. Look forward to getting a nice, straightforward solution in not too long.
Welcome.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to communications with Chief of Staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Since I'm the only thing standing between you and lunch, I have just one item I want to cover. It's been brought to my attention that our annual report is due. And so Sarah is going to begin taking the lead on helping us pull that together, which means she will be reaching out to staff, division directors, and commissioners, asking you for your assistance. And certainly would encourage you to provide that assistance and know that you will. We're looking at a mid-November timeframe for trying to get a good draft together of the annual report. So it's my understanding we've been doing this since 2006. And Sarah also mentioned that we think it might be a statutory requirement. So this is something that's new to me, but I look forward to working on it with you and her. And again, just wanted to let you know that it's remind you that it's that time of the year. And I think that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thanks for the heads up. Communications with Judy.
I'm on mute. Commissioner Fishman, members of the commission, we do not have any communications from the Office of General Counsel.
That's nice and easy. Communications with commissioners. Thank you, Judy.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, any communications? I think we're all ready for lunch. We are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Good one.
Oh, wait a minute. Joe's waving his hand.
No, I'm waving goodbye.
Oh, okay.